Martial Peak, Chapter 4659, Barging into the Palace. Other than an opportunity such as entering a small source world, the quickest and most effective way for Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Yang Kai to cultivate was to refine Sixth Order materials. However, Sixth Order Yin and Yang element materials were hard to come by, so most had to settle for the second-best materials, the Fifth Order ones. It was the case for Yang Kai and even for the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. No one would waste Sixth Order materials. More than 20 sets of Fifth Order materials and 30 million Open Heaven pills could only last Yang Kai for about half a year. Since Xia Linlang had given the order, Qinfen wouldn't dare to disobey her. Therefore, for the next few days, he had been building a bamboo hut for Yang Kai. He initially intended to build a sloppy one, but what made him furious was that Yang Kai had been instructing him like a supervisor the whole time. Qinfen had a strong urge to kill this guy with his spear. A few days later, the bamboo hut was finally completed. Qinfen instantly left the place without sparing Yang Kai a glance, for he was worried he wouldn't be able to contain his fury. Nothing major happened in the days that followed. No one would bother Yang Kai while he stayed on the island in the middle of the lake, so he could focus on cultivating. Since he ascended to the Open Heaven realm, he had rarely had any chance to sit and cultivate in peace. In the past, he was forced to ascend to the Fifth Order outside the shadowless Cave Heaven. After entering it, he consumed a world fruit and made it to the Sixth Order. Following that, he had to travel to many places and deal with a lot of issues. Sometimes he would have some free time, but he would soon have to get to work again. Although he was forcefully brought to this place by Xia Linlang, it could also be considered an opportunity for him as he could seize this chance to strengthen his cultivation. After ascending to the Open Heaven realm, a cultivator had to carefully manage their small universe, a process that couldn't be rushed as it took years of accumulation. What was more important was that he was given free resources. Although he didn't really care about it since he was pretty wealthy now, no one would turn down free resources. Half a year later, Yang Kai had used up all the resources Qinfen had sent him. He didn't ask for more resources from Xia Linlang though, because normally, so many resources could last a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master 2 or 3 years. Fortunately, he still had a lot of resources in his small universe, so he wouldn't have to stop cultivating. This way of cultivating was extremely dreary, but it was inescapable for all Open Heaven Realm Masters. As time passed, Yang Kai managed to calm himself and slowly understand his own deficiencies. The reason he made it to the Sixth Order from the Fifth Order was that he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit. After that, due to various opportunities, his cultivation had increased significantly. Although there were many benefits in the short term since his power had risen quickly, there were some barely noticeable dangers that would snowball into something serious in the long term if not addressed. These hidden concerns wouldn't break out so soon, but as his cultivation increased, it would slowly affect his foundation, and once that happened, the situation would become very serious. Hence, now was the perfect chance for Yang Kai to rectify these problems since he could focus on cultivating in peace right now. On the other hand, this universe Cave Heaven was indeed rich in Spear Dao essence. Qinfen, who had provoked Yang Kai some time ago, also used a spear, and his mastery of Spear Dao was actually better than Yang Kai's. However, since there was a huge gap between their strength, he was defeated by Yang Kai with only one move. If their heritages were the same, and they both used spears to battle, Yang Kai might not be able to defeat Qinfen despite having the supreme limitless spear art. While cultivating, he also never forgot to improve his comprehension of the Spear Dao using the Dao essence filling this universe Cave Heaven. Time passed by quickly and Yang Kai never stepped out of the bamboo hut. All he did was cultivate with his legs crossed. New resources would be sent to him every 3 years, but it was no longer Qinfen who did so. Since he was defeated by Yang Kai before, he wouldn't have the face to come to this island again. The person who was responsible for sending him resources was a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but they never even spoke. After arriving at the island in the middle of the lake, he would hurriedly pass a ring to Yang Kai and leave. For the past 10 years, Yang Kai had not seen Xia Linlang again, making him wonder what she had been doing. 10 years was neither a short nor long time, and it certainly was not enough for Yang Kai to significantly increase the heritage of his small universe. However, it was enough for him to achieve greater heights in his spear Dao. Originally, his mastery over the spear Dao was only in the 3rd level, taking the initial steps. Nevertheless, after 10 years of study and comprehension, he had reached the 5th level, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding. There were 4 Daos that Yang Kai had significant attainments in. His Dao of space was at the 8th level, summiting the peak, while his Dao of time had reached the 6th level, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. Additionally, his spear Dao was now on the level of attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding. On the other hand, he had all but given up on the alchemic Dao. If nothing unexpected happened, he probably wouldn't spend any time and energy to improve it again. One day, while cultivating, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked up. He could sense Xia Linlang's aura appearing in a particular direction as she turned into a ray of light. Soon she left this universe cave heaven and disappeared into the distance. Yang Kai became startled for a moment, before putting on a grin. Today is the day. The chance has finally come. Without hesitation, he stood up and dashed out of the bamboo hut. After taking a look into the distance, he disappeared from the spot the next instant. There was a palace in the place where Xia Linlang's aura appeared just now. It was also her foundation, Linlang Palace. A moment later, Yang Kai revealed his figure in front of a magnificent palace. While looking up, he muttered, "Just as I suspected." Just like the Heavenly Sword Palace, the palace in front of him named Linlang Palace was also a flying palace artifact. In fact, Heavenly Sword Palace wasn't the first mobile palace artifact Yang Kai had seen. The Flowing Time Temple was. Blood Monster Divine Palace in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was also such a palace artifact. However, the Flowing Time Temple was a product of the Star Boundary. Although it belonged to Flowing Time Great Emperor when he was alive, it was inferior to the other mobile palaces Yang Kai had seen. The Flowing Time Temple was invincible in a battle between cultivators below the Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, in a fight between Open Heaven Realm masters, it was practically useless. Strictly speaking, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the first true mobile palace artifact Yang Kai had come across. Unfortunately, when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was also destroyed. Meanwhile, Linlang Palace was also a palace artifact. Just like the status of Blood Monster Divine Palace in Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Linlang Palace was the center of this universe cave heaven. It was very important as it was just like the array core of a grand array. The one who obtained Linlang Palace would be able to control this universe cave heaven. Presently, Linlang Palace had been left with Xia Linlang's imprint, so she was its owner. Yang Kai had been cultivating in seclusion for the past 10 years because, first, he indeed needed to calm down and cultivate, and secondly, he couldn't confront Xia Linlang since he was no match for her in this universe cave heaven where she held all the advantages. However, he would certainly want to counterattack when there was a chance. Yang Kai wouldn't risk his life for the magnanimity of a woman he was at odds with. As soon as Yang Kai showed up, a figure shot out of Linlang Palace. It was Qin Fun, who was defeated by Yang Kai before. While glaring at him, he demanded, "What are you doing here?" Before the palace master left, she told him to keep an eye on Yang Kai. It never crossed his mind though that right after the palace master left, this guy would show up here. It was obvious that this bastard had some ill intentions. Yang Kai retracted his gaze from the palace and took a glance at Qin Fun before smiling and declaring, "Those who stand in my way will die." An unperturbed Qin Fun snapped with a cold expression, "You can give it a try." Certainly Yang Kai was going to try. He turned into a beam of light and shot towards Qin Fun. As though recalling the defeat 10 years ago, Qin Fun couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, before Yang Kai even got close to him, a light barrier appeared around Linlang Palace. Yang Kai crashed into the light barrier, causing the entire palace to shake. Although the light became dented, it wasn't broken in any way. Yang Kai flew back 300 meters before standing still in a calm manner. Qin Fun sneered, Palace Master knew that you'd create trouble after she left, so she had made some preparations. You'd better leave now, otherwise, no one can save you when Palace Master returns. Yang Kai extended his hand and summoned out his Azure Dragon Spear before uttering impassively, "If Xia Linlang was still inside Linlang Palace, I naturally wouldn't dare to make a scene. However, since you're the one who is in charge now, what's the percentage of the palace's power that you can use?" Xianxia snorted, "More than enough to deal with you." Yang Kai grinned. "The biggest mistake Xia Linlang made is regarding me as an average 6th Order master. Let's find out how many of my attacks this barrier can bear, shall we?" After he finished speaking, Yang Kai pushed his world force and infused it into his spear before thrusting out his weapon. Xianxia wanted to mock him, but when the spear came into contact with the light barrier, it actually flickered noticeably. Although Xia Linlang had given him some temporary powers, Xianxia was still stunned by the attack. A flabbergasted Xianxia hurriedly fished out a jade and performed a hand seal. By activating the power of the jade, he could control the Grand Array. Just like Yang Kai had said though, Linlang Palace belonged to Xia Linlang. Even though she had given Xianxia temporary authority to control the Grand Array before she left, he couldn't fully use its power. Yang Kai's attacks continuously rained down on the light barrier of the Grand Array. In the past, Yang Kai couldn't have achieved this even though his spear technique was already fairly powerful. However, after 10 years of cultivation in seclusion, while he hadn't improved the heritage of his small universe much, he had gained quite a bit of insight into the spear Dao. As he wielded his spear, the spear principles in the universe cave heavens seemed to have been stimulated, which helped empower Yang Kai. Xianxia staggered while he kept performing different hand seals, but he couldn't stop the light barrier from dimming. Impacted by the turmoil in Linlang Palace, his small universe had also become unsteady. After about 100 attacks from Yang Kai, the barrier around Linlang Palace broke into pieces like a shattered mirror. Xianxia fell on his backside as blood streamed out of his mouth and nose. With his spear in hand, Yang Kai sauntered up the stairs as though no one else was around. Seeing this, Xianxia gritted his teeth and roared. He then summoned his cyan spear and fearlessly attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai lightly swung his Azure Dragon Spear, and as the spears brushed past each other, his spear jabbed into Xianxia's shoulder, drawing a spurt of blood from the latter. He then lifted Xianxia off his feet with his spear. On the other hand, the tip of Xianxia's spear was just a palm's length from Yang Kai's chest, flashing with ample world force. However, even a palm's length was like the difference between life and death in this situation. Martial Peak, Chapter 4660, Occupying the Palace. After his defeat on the island in the middle of the lake, Xianxia knew that there was a gap between Yang Kai and him, but what horrified him was that the gap was so wide. He could use the excuse of being negligent for his previous defeat, but in the life-and-death battle just now, he was still overpowered by the other party with ease. The outcome gave Qin Feng a crawling sensation on his scalp. He had never seen or heard of such a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. The Palace Master had left, and the Grand Array around Linlang Palace was unable to stop this person's steps. Who else in this place could be a match for him? He didn't blame Yang Kai for being ruthless, he just hated the fact that he was unable to protect the palace while the Palace Master was gone. As blood spurted, Yang Kai tossed Xianxia away from his spear and activated his Cow Punch secret technique. Instantly, Xianxia felt dizzy as his small universe shook violently. He was unable to come to his senses for a long time. Just then, a few figures shot out of Linlang Palace. The person who always sent the resources to Yang Kai over the years was among them. There were also several 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters he had never seen before. They rushed over to have a look the moment they heard the noises that were coming from Linlang Palace, but it was too late. When they saw that Xianxia's shoulder was covered in blood while he was seated on the ground, they were astonished. They then glared at the culprit Yang Kai as their murderous intent surged. "Stop embarrassing yourselves. Even together, all of you are no match for him," Xianxia shouted with difficulty. In Lin Lang Palace, he was the strongest apart from Xia Lin Lang, but he was defeated by Yang Kai in just one move. If it weren't because Yang Kai didn't have the intention to kill, he would have lost his life already. Although there were some Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among those people, they wouldn't be able to deal with Yang Kai. Qin Fen's words were effective in stopping them from making any rash moves. Those people appeared furious and eager to fight, but they still held their anger in and did not make a move. One woman circumvented Yang Kai and walked up to Qin Fen before helping him up with a worried expression. Qin Fen waved his hand to show that he was fine, though the upheaval in his small universe didn't seem like it would settle anytime soon. An invisible force had permeated his small universe and thrown it into absolute chaos. He then wiped the blood from his mouth and stared coldly at Yang Kai. "So, what if we're no match for you? In Lin Lang Palace, you're unable to flee without the palace master's permission. I suggest you retreat now, otherwise, you'll be killed when the palace master returns." Yang Kai snorted, "Retreat? Why should I retreat?" Although Lin Lang Palace was a universe cave heaven left behind by a high-rank master with a closed portal, it was still possible for Yang Kai to flee if he wanted to. As an expert in the Tao of space, he just had to head to the portal and forcefully open it. Once he ran away from this place, Xia Lin Lang wouldn't be able to harm him despite being a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With that said, Yang Kai never had any intentions of fleeing. He had waited for 10 years before Xia Lin Lang finally left, because he decided to do something big. Qin Fen suddenly paled as he gazed at Yang Kai's right hand. "What are you trying to do?" At this moment, Yang Kai was holding a jade in his right hand as he fiddled with it. The jade was given to Qin Fen by Xia Lin Lang before she left. It was the jade that was used to control Lin Lang Palace. Qin Fen had no idea when Yang Kai had snatched the jade from him. It was probably during the time he was in a dazed state due to the turmoil in his small universe. Upon realizing Yang Kai's plan, Qin Fen was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He already felt guilty that he couldn't stop Yang Kai from barging into Lin Lang Palace, but if Yang Kai managed to refine the palace as well, Qin Fen would never forgive himself. "This thing is pretty easy to refine." Yang Kai put on a smile. As he waved his hand, Lin Lang Palace shook a little while an invisible force swept out. Qin Fen and the other Open Heaven Realm Masters were sent flying away by this force. When they landed on the ground, they were already outside of the palace. The light barrier, which Yang Kai had shattered earlier, reappeared and blocked them out. Of course, a jade that was used to control a palace artifact couldn't be refined easily. In fact, Yang Kai had only refined a little of it and there was still a lot to do. Since Xia Lin Lang decided to pass this jade to Qin Fen so that he could protect Lin Lang Palace, she naturally had to get rid of her own imprint from it in advance. Therefore, only Qin Fen's aura was now left in the jade, which was why Yang Kai could easily dispel it. It wouldn't have been easy if Xia Lin Lang's aura were still inside it. In fact, Xia Lin Lang hadn't made any mistakes in her arrangements. Qin Fen and Yang Kai were both in the Sixth Order, and although Qin Fen appeared to be weaker than Yang Kai in the battle on the island previously, he should have been able to deal with an opponent in the same order with the help of Lin Lang Palace. Furthermore, there were other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the palace to assist if something went wrong. Xia Lin Lang believed that with such arrangements in place, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to carry out any scheme he had even though she had left. Unfortunately, she had greatly underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Qin Fen had only temporarily taken over Lin Lang Palace, so he was unable to draw out its full power. On the other hand, Yang Kai was overwhelming and acted resolute in every move he made. After breaking the grand array around the palace, he directly snatched the jade from Qin Fen. That was the reason Yang Kai said that Xia Lin Lang had made a mistake by regarding him to be an average Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It wasn't that Xia Lin Lang was careless, but a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai was too unique. Common sense was not applicable to a monster like him. After they were pushed out of the palace, one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became furious and wanted to make a move, but Qin Fen raised his hand to stop him. "Stop wasting your energy. The Grand Array of Lin Lang Palace has been activated. You won't be able to break it." As he spoke, a renewed sense of horror came over him. Yang Kai managed to break the Grand Array around Lin Lang Palace with a burst of about 100 attacks. It indeed had something to do with the fact that the Grand Array's power had been weakened under Qin Fan's control, but the major issue was that there was a huge gap between his strength and Yang Kai's. He initially thought that he could shorten this gap if he cultivated hard, but now it seemed that even if he reached the peak of the Sixth Order, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Yang Kai. At that instant, he felt extremely bitter in his heart. It was expected that he was haughty since he was able to make it to the Sixth Order, but the experience on this day was like a slap in the face for him, making him realize that there were always people beyond people out there. Do we just watch and do nothing then? The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was impolite as he blamed Qin Fan for losing the jade of Lin Lang Palace. Following a sigh, Qin Fan replied, "The portal in this place is sealed, so he can't flee anyway. He'll only suffer miserably when Palace Master returns." Upon hearing that, all of them were lost for words. Meanwhile, Yang Kai shuffled towards the center of Lin Lang Palace. In just a while, he arrived at a spacious grand hall with nothing in it. However, the abstruse patterns of a grand array were carved on the ground and walls. Amazing aura was seen weltering within the grand array, and it was clearly closely connected to the universe cave heaven. This was apparently the place where the central grand array of Lin Lang Palace was located. This grand array was linked to the jade in his hand. Yang Kai then walked up to the middle of the grand array and sat down with his legs crossed. Following that, he crossed his fingers and placed his hands on his lap, the array jade nestled between his palms. As he activated his world force, Yang Kai infused his power into the jade and refined it. He wasn't considered powerful since he was just a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he was definitely not weak either. As a result, it was easy for him to refine a basically ownerless array jade. He wasn't certain why Xia Lin Lang had left or when she would return, so he didn't dare to be negligent. Presently, he was still not a match for a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Lin Lang Palace would be the key if he wanted to go up against Xia Lin Lang. Otherwise, he would have forcefully opened the portal and fled instead of wasting time here. Xia Lin Lang thought that there wouldn't be a problem with Qin Fan in charge of the palace, which went to show that she still underestimated Yang Kai. It was easy to refine the jade in the initial stage, but it became increasingly difficult as he progressed further. It took Yang Kai half a month before he fully refined the jade. As he slowly opened his eyes, though, he became dumbfounded. Soon, he snapped out of the dazed state and snarled, "That woman is so sly. I've never seen a more cunning person than her." He appeared incensed as he was in a terrible mood. This couldn't be helped, as he realized that he could only control half of Lin Lang Palace's power through this jade even after he fully refined it. In other words, this array jade wasn't complete, with its other parts still in Xia Lin Lang's hands. This was quite embarrassing. The main reason Yang Kai had taken the risk to stay was to refine Lin Lang Palace. As long as he could occupy this palace, he would no longer be afraid of Xia Lin Lang since he would be able to control the entire universe cave heaven through the palace and make use of the world force in this place to deal with her. This was a universe cave heaven left behind by a cultivator who was at least in the Eighth Order. If Yang Kai managed to succeed, Xia Lin Lang wouldn't be able to harm him despite being a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, after he spent so much effort refining the jade, he realized that Xia Lin Lang had pulled a trick. In that case, he was the half-owner of Lin Lang Palace, the same as Xia Lin Lang. No one was at an advantage in this regard. Yang Kai had no idea whether Xia Lin Lang was being careful or that there were originally two parts of the array jade, but his plan was now impossible to complete. Fortunately, there was still a benefit to his actions to be excited about. Outside Lin Lang Palace, even though Qin Fan was still slightly pale, he was actually fine as the wound on his shoulder was almost healed. Even if a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had never practiced body tempering before, their physique would still be pretty sturdy. Although Yang Kai was decisive in his moves, he didn't have the intention to kill, so it took just half a month for Qin Fun to fully recover. During this period of time, he and his companions had been staying outside Linlang Palace with grim expressions. In the meantime, they prayed that their palace master would return sooner to teach that reckless bastard a hard lesson. Just then, Qin Fun sensed something and looked up at the sky. The next instant, his expression changed drastically as he stood straight up and glared at Linlang Palace. Besides him, the two other Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were respectively in the 6th Order and the 5th Order, did the same. The remaining 3 people had no idea why Qin Fun and the others had reacted in such a way. Martial Peak, Chapter 4661, Drying Out the Lake to Catch the Fish. That crazy bastard. Qin Fun growled through clenched teeth. Another 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master appeared to be heartbroken. He's basically drying out the lake to catch the fish. Although the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master didn't say anything, he pressed his lips together with a gloomy expression. At this point, their companions finally realized that something was off. The woman, who helped Qin Fun up earlier, was standing beside him as she asked gently, "Senior Brother Qin, is that person absorbing Spear Dao essence?" With reddened eyes, Qin Fun nodded. The woman let out a sigh. The original owner of this universe cave heaven was a master of the Spear Dao before his death, which was a well-known fact, so the Spear Dao essence in this place was quite abundant. Therefore, be it the Open Heaven Realm Masters or the other sentient beings raised in this place, many of them were good at using spears. Ironically, the current owner of Linlang Palace, Xia Linlang, knew little about the Spear Dao. In the past, Qin Fun would always cultivate together with the other 2 Open Heaven Realm Masters who were adept at the Spear Dao. They could easily achieve greater heights in the Spear Dao due to the unique environment in this universe cave heaven. If this universe cave heaven was like a pond, the ample Spear Dao essence in this place was like the fish, and the people who were adept at the Spear Dao were like the anglers on the shore. As for how many fish they could catch, it depended on their talent and opportunities. Qin Fun's innate aptitude was excellent, which was why he had built a solid foundation in the Spear Dao. Xia Linlang once said that if Qin Fun could keep achieving greater heights, he would have a chance to receive the inheritance of this universe cave heaven that the previous owner had left behind. It was the inheritance of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was expected that everyone had their eyes on it. Qin Fun had always regarded himself to be the only choice to succeed the inheritance. However, at this moment, someone had brought a giant net with very small holes to this pond that was full of fish. After he was done with catching the fish, there wouldn't be many, if any, left for everyone else. That was the reason Qin Fun was heartbroken, and it was the same case for the other 2 Open Heaven Realm Masters who were experts in the Spear Dao. Inside Linlang Palace, Yang Kai, who was seated with his legs crossed in the middle of the grand array, could clearly feel the abstruse aura streaming into his body from all directions, which helped him quickly comprehend the Spear Dao. The sense of enlightenment made him feel ecstatic. The moment he was brought to this place by Xia Linlang, he could feel that the Spear Dao essence in this place was abundant. It was the reason he had improved his comprehension of the Spear Dao by 2 levels in just 10 years. Nevertheless, he wasn't content with just that. His goal had always been to absorb all of the Spear Dao essence in this place. As for whether his actions were considered drying out the lake to catch the fish, he didn't give a damn. Since Xia Linlang was trying to harm him, he certainly had to get his revenge. Although Yang Kai already had this plan a long time ago, he was unable to carry it out. Now that he had refined half of Linlang Palace, he had the right to do it now. Other than being a palace artifact, Linlang Palace was also the command center of the entire universe cave heaven. Streams of aura around the edge of the grand array were closely connected to the universe cave heaven, and every move made here would have far-reaching implications. The status of Linlang Palace in this universe cave heaven was the same as that of Blood Monster Divine Palace in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The reason Blood Crow wanted to refine Blood Monster Divine Palace back then was to take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Even though Yang Kai had only refined half of Linlang Palace, he could do whatever he wanted, seeing as the controller of the other half wasn't around. Streams of existent but faintly discernible Spear Dao essence were being absorbed by Yang Kai, which greatly improved his mastery over the Spear Dao. Although he couldn't comprehend the Dao by blindly drawing it in, he would be able to digest it in the future. The transformation going on in the universe cave heaven was silent. Only the open heaven realm masters who were adept at the Spear Dao could clearly feel its loss. As time passed, the originally ample Spear Dao essence soon became sparse and disappeared. Qin Fen appeared to be devastated. Although Yang Kai had occupied Lin Lang Palace, Xia Lin Lang could still retrieve it upon her return. Nevertheless, the loss of Dao essence was irreversible. In the grand array of Lin Lang Palace, Yang Kai, who was seated with his legs crossed, belched as though he was full. While he was seated there, his spear intent surged as though he was an invincible spear himself. Certainly, he couldn't digest all the Spear Dao essence in a short time, but as long as he could assimilate it into his body, he believed that he could still improve his comprehension of the Spear Dao by another 2 levels, which would mean that it would be his second most powerful Grand Dao after the Dao of Space. He had refined half of Lin Lang Palace and snatched all the Spear Dao essence in this universe cave heaven. Although he was forcefully brought to this place, he had gained immense benefits in the end. After what he had done, Yang Kai knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Certainly, he wouldn't wait for Xia Lin Lang to return and settle the score with him. Lin Lang Palace couldn't be taken away. In truth, he could forcefully bring it with him, but by doing so it would cause the universe cave heaven to collapse. While those living inside this place would end up in a miserable state, Xia Lin Lang would also be determined to kill him. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot the next moment. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the portal where he previously passed through to enter this place. Xia Lin Lang's aura also disappeared in this place when she left some time ago. Initially, Yang Kai thought that given his master of the Dao of Space, it wouldn't be hard for him to open the portal even though he would need to spend some effort. However, upon arriving at this place, he was shocked to realize that there were no traces of a portal here at all. After searching around for half a day, he still couldn't find it. This caused Yang Kai to frown, but a thought flashed through his mind the next moment. As the half-owner of Lin Lang Palace, he could connect to the entire universe cave heaven and look for the portal. It wouldn't be easy if Xia Lin Lang was here, but since she wasn't around, he could basically do whatever he wanted. Soon, Yang Kai discovered something. His eyes widened in amazement because not only was the portal hidden, but it also kept moving to new spots as time passed. It was then he realized the reason he couldn't find the portal was that it was on the move. He had wasted half a day as he thought that the portal was still in its original spot. Since he had found the portal, he instantly activated his space principles in an attempt to forcefully open it. Half a day later, he wore a livid expression. The portal had been sealed off by Xia Lin Lang as it was now connected to the entire universe cave heaven. Unless he possessed a power that surpassed the heritage in this place, he could never force it open. Basically, she wouldn't allow him to leave. It was no wonder that despite knowing that Yang Kai was an expert in the Dao of Space, she still left the place without worries. It was apparent that she knew he couldn't break open the portal. Although he was a half-owner of this place, his foundation was still weak. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang had been managing this place for a long time, so it wasn't surprising that she had left behind some tricks. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai turned around and returned to Lin Lang Palace. Since she wouldn't allow him to leave, he would just stay here then. Previously, he was a captive who was powerless to go against Xia Lin Lang. However, now, he already had the capital to challenge the Seventh Order woman. In fact, he was not afraid of her return. The reason he wanted to leave was that he didn't want to get into a pointless fight with her. He moved around by using space principles, so Qin Fen and the others, who had been waiting outside of Lin Lang Palace, were not aware he had even left. In the days that followed, Yang Kai stayed inside Lin Lang Palace to cultivate while trying to assimilate the Spear Dao essence into his body. Half a month later, he suddenly opened his eyes and appeared on the roof of the palace before looking up. Half a month wasn't enough for him to fully absorb all the Dao essence, but he was now only one step away from the 6th level in his Spear Dao. A ray of light was approaching from the distance. Before she even arrived, she already noticed the transformation this place had gone through. Her grim gaze penetrated the void and clashed with that of Yang Kai as her murderous intent surged. In response, Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. After the curvy figure landed outside Lin Lang Palace, Qin Fun and the others, who looked like young kids who had been bullied while the adults were not around, wailed, "Palace Master." Xia Lin Lang sported a calm expression and looked up at Yang Kai, who was standing on the palace roof. Beneath her calmness was a volcano of fury that was about to burst. A guilty Qin Fun said, "Palace Master, I'm sorry for disappointing you." Yang Kai barged into Lin Lang Palace and snatched the array jade. He then occupied the palace and forcefully absorbed the spear Dao essence. "I'm so sorry." Xia Lin Lang gently waved her hand without saying a word. Seeing that, Qin Fun felt even more guilty. Standing on the roof, Yang Kai extended his hand with a smile. The next moment, Xia Lin Lang landed on a spot that was 10 meters beside Yang Kai and stood alongside him. She then snorted, "It seems that I've underestimated you." "The view here is magnificent," Yang Kai replied, but it had nothing to do with what she had said. "Did you hide your true strength previously?" Xia Lin Lang turned to look at him. Although her figure was shorter than Yang Kai's, her gaze was condescending. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she had the right to be haughty. Yang Kai said with a smile, "I've never had a chance to show my true strength, so I don't think it could be considered that I've hidden anything." The world's spring started settling down in his small universe when Xia Lin Lang captured him. Since his small universe had been suppressed by it, he was unable to fully use his power. "Why did you not run away after doing so many terrible things? Are you waiting for death here?" Xia Lin Lang looked mockingly at him. She then derided him by saying, "Oh, I've forgotten that even though you're adept at the Tao of space, you couldn't leave this place without my permission." Like a wise old man, Yang Kai snuck his hands into his sleeves and said sincerely, "That's why I've been waiting here to have a discussion with you. Go on. Open the portal and let me leave. After that, we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore." Xia Lin Lang examined him for a moment before saying, "I'll just regard it as you spouting nonsense." She extended her hand, "Pass the array jade to me, and I can pretend that nothing has happened. I'll still wait for you to ascend to the 7th Order. Otherwise, I'll kill you even though I might lose the world's spring. After your death, the Tao essence you've stolen will return to this place, and even your own Tao essence will stay. In that case, we haven't actually suffered any loss." Yang Kai sighed. When one's strength is weak, their words carry no weight. Martial Peak, Chapter 4662, Pear Flower. Xia Lin Lang sneered, "Do you think you have the capital to haggle with me now?" With a frown, Yang Kai gave it a thought for a moment before saying calmly, "Don't I?" Xia Lin Lang roared, "Brat, don't go too far. My patience is limited. You won't gain anything by offending me." Following a sigh, Yang Kai said, "It seems that we have no choice but to fight." He then extended his hand and summoned his spear before pointing it at her. "Come on, Grandma." "Grandma?" Xia Lin Lang, who had the appearance of a beautiful young woman, felt humiliated as her facial features contorted. Qin Fun and the others who were waiting outside of Lin Lang Palace were instantly drenched in cold sweat. The next instant, an intense battle began. Xia Lin Lang forcefully pushed out her palm towards Yang Kai, who was just 10 meters away. The world force of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surged from her petite palm like a tsunami. There was no holding back of her power as she was seemingly infuriated by what Yang Kai called her. An unperturbed Yang Kai parried the attack with his spear. As their world forces clashed, the air blast turned into a ripple and spread out. Azure Dragon's spear became bent, as though it would break at any moment. Faced with the overwhelming power, Yang Kai made use of the force to fly backwards and open some distance. However, Xia Lin Lang's attacks were continuous as she landed strikes on him like a storm. Yang Kai kept moving backwards, as though he was powerless to counterattack. 3 breaths later, he was already several 100,000 kilometers away. He couldn't move backwards any longer since there was a mountain behind him. Upon impact, he flew away like a sack and smashed into the mountain. The mountain collapsed and engulfed Yang Kai in it. As the dust rose, Xia Lin Lang hovered in midair as she looked down in a condescending manner. A moment later, Yang Kai shot out of the rubble. Although he appeared a little battered as blood leaked from his mouth, his aura remained stable. He jabbed his spear into the ground and let out a breath before remarking, "The 4 universe pillars live up to their reputation." If he had to directly deal with the ferocious attacks from a 7th-order open heaven realm master before fully refining the world spring, his small universe would have descended into chaos by now. When he fought against Zuoquan Hui previously, he was constantly at a disadvantage and restricted in many ways, mainly due to the instability in his small universe. However, with the presence of the world spring, his small universe remained stable regardless of how powerful Xia Lin Lang's strikes were. It didn't even shake a little. The presence of the world spring was like sturdy armor covering his small universe. Even when Yang Kai was faced with an opponent with a stronger heritage, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Certainly, if the opponent was powerful enough to break that armor, the world spring wouldn't be able to ensure the stability of his small universe any longer. Although Xia Lin Lang was a 7th-order open heaven realm master though, she didn't have the power to shatter the world spring's protection. It could be said that with the world spring in possession, Yang Kai had reached greater heights in his combat strength as he now had the capital to battle against opponents that were in higher orders than him. "Is that the reason you're so confident?" Xia Lin Lang looked impassively at him. "If you think there's nothing I can do just because you have the world spring, you're wrong." Even though he had an impeccable defense, he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party without the power to fight back. Yang Kai wiped away the blood from his mouth and put on a grin. "Even though the world spring is amazing, it's just an external aid. If my confidence hinged on any mere tools, I wouldn't have survived till this day." A frown appeared on Xia Lin Lang's face as she finally saw the boy in front of her in a different light. Yang Kai raised his spear and got ready before speaking, shouting, "Pear flower." In an instant, Xia Lin Lang was alarmed because the moment Yang Kai lifted his spear, the entire universe cave heaven seemed to resonate with him. Looking up, she realized that Yang Kai's figure seemed to have turned into a razor-sharp spear. As the half-owner of this universe cave heaven, Xia Lin Lang snorted while trying to suppress the world's resonance with him. Yang Kai smiled. "Both of us are half-owners of this place. However, it seems that this world favors me." There was a grim expression on Xia Lin Lang's face as she realized that she was unable to suppress the resonance. It wasn't that she, as a half-owner, was inferior to Yang Kai in terms of control. In fact, they were equally matched when it came to their ability to manipulate the universe cave heaven. Therefore, she had never thought about making use of the universe cave heaven's power to deal with him, nor did Yang Kai have this plan, for it was pointless to do that. By doing so they would only deplete the heritage of this universe cave heaven. They were indeed equal when it came to their control over this world, but there was no doubt that this world favored the outsider Yang Kai instead of Xia Lin Lang, who had been living in this place for a long time. That was because Yang Kai had absorbed all the Spear Dao essence in this place, so he could be considered a successor to the inheritance of its original owner. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai declared, "The title of this universe cave heaven's original owner was Pear Flower Divine Monarch, and that palace's true name is Pear Flower Palace, not Lin Lang Palace." Xia Lin Lang snapped, "I can call it whatever I want. It's none of your business." Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "It was none of my business in the past. However, since I've obtained Senior Pear Flower's inheritance, I have a duty to make things right." He then pointed his spear at her and drew a deep breath. With the resonance of this world, his aura surged massively. "My name is Yang Kai, and I'm eternally grateful for your inheritance, Divine Monarch. Today, I borrow your power, so I do not disappoint your expectations." As he gently pushed out his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai roared once again, "Pear Flower." At that instant, all the pear trees in this world seemed to have blossomed. The shadows of his spear filled the entire world and engulfed Xia Lin Lang. With the help of the world's power, his strike was horrifyingly strong while world force gushed from his own small universe like a raging tide. As he made a move, the grand hall of the place named Lin Lang Palace by Xia Lin Lang, which was supposed to be Pearflower Palace, radiated a dazzling glow as spear intent filled the world. Qin Fun and the other Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were experts in the spear Dao, were dumbstruck as they looked at the sky of pear flower blossoms. Their eyes were filled with amazement as it was the most beautiful sight they had ever seen. A moment seemed to have passed, but it was also as if 10 million years had gone by. When the spear shadows dissipated, Xia Lin Lang's figure appeared battered. Presently, her face was slightly pale. There were some cuts on her clothes and her hair was a mess. Her twin peaks heaved as she glowered at Yang Kai. While she clenched her teeth, blood streamed out from the corner of her mouth. Yang Kai put on a grin. "I can do this 3 more times." Xia Lin Lang's face twitched. The attack with the help of Pearflower Cave Heaven's power was equivalent to the all-out attack of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The fact that she could parry it showed that she was truly powerful. Although she wasn't severely wounded, she wasn't completely fine either. She would be badly injured if she had to deal with the same kind of attack 3 more times. Certainly, Yang Kai would also end up in a horrible state by then, but it wasn't worth it for her. At that instant, she was in a dilemma. She was reluctant to let Yang Kai go, but if she made him stay, one of them would have to die today. "What do you say?" Yang Kai demanded, as he didn't intend to give her time to ponder the issue. "Do you want to engage in a life-and-death battle with me? Or do you want both of us to live? The choice is yours." He wisely stopped mocking her as a grandma, lest the situation be exacerbated. Seeing that she remained silent, Yang Kai went on to say, "I definitely cannot defeat you, and I might even lose my life here. However, before that happens, half of Pearflower Cave Heaven will be destroyed, which will be an immense loss for you. If you let me go now, we'll be even. We might even have a chat over a cup of wine when we meet again in the future." A myriad of expressions came over Xia Lin Lang while Yang Kai stopped urging her as he fell silent. A moment later, her expression turned milder. She took a deep breath and said, "You can leave, but you have to return the jade to me." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai nodded with ecstasy. "Good. However, you'll have to see me off." Xia Lin Lang shot him a glare and dashed into the sky. After putting away his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai placed his hands behind his back and calmly followed her. He seemed to have put down his guard, though nothing could be further from the truth. A moment later, they arrived somewhere in the sky, then Xia Lin Lang turned around to look at him. Yang Kai said, "Since you've decided to let me go, you should stop being doubtful. After I leave, it's pointless for me to keep the jade, and I'll only offend you by doing so. Don't worry. After you open the portal, I'll leave the jade here and go. Don't try to pull any trick on me," Xia Lin Lang warned. "I've always been a man of my word." Yang Kai appeared solemn. It was only then that Xia Lin Lang performed a hand seal. A moment later, a portal appeared in the void. Yang Kai used his divine sense, and upon detecting the aura of another world from the other side of the portal, he set his mind at ease. He fished out the jade and showed it to Xia Lin Lang before flicking it towards her. At the same time, he plunged into the portal without hesitation. Xia Lin Lang took the jade and didn't seem to have the intention of stopping him. Nevertheless, just as Yang Kai slipped through the portal, she curved her lips into a sneer. After Yang Kai was gone, she scoffed, "You think you're so smart? You've fallen for my trick in the end." Yang Kai arrived at a place where the mountains were covered with trees. While the exotic beasts galloped forward on the ground, the sky was filled with birds. A dumbfounded Yang Kai gazed at the sight before his eyes as a myriad of expressions came over him. A while later, he looked up and sighed, "I suppose what goes around comes around." He had fallen into that woman's trap. Xia Lin Lang had opened up a portal for him earlier. After passing through it, he arrived at this strange place instead of returning to the outside world. He was certain that he was neither in Pear Flower Cave Heaven nor the Shattered Heaven. Just then, Xia Lin Lang abruptly appeared like a ghost as she shot Yang Kai a glance. With a mocking smile, she said, "Isn't this the young man who has almost turned my backyard upside down? What a coincidence! I never expected that we'd meet again so soon." Presently, her skin was glowing without any signs of the paleness it had earlier. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4663, See a Visitor Off, Force a Guest to Stay. It was apparent that Yang Kai's Pear Flower divine ability hadn't caused any real damage to Xia Lin Lang, but she acted as if she was badly injured, which went to show how scheming she was. "Hey Grandma, what is this? Don't you know it's inappropriate to see a visitor off only to force them to stay as a guest?" Xia Lin Lang batted her lashes and just replied lightly, "It's expected that women are erratic creatures. Didn't your mother ever teach you that?" At that moment, Yang Kai was lost for words. After a moment of silence, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the world in that picture scroll." A calm and collected Xia Lin Lang gazed at him. "How are you still in the mood to ask me about such frivolous things even facing your imminent death?" It was as though Yang Kai was speaking to himself as he said, "The portal of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was that picture scroll. I already realized that the picture scroll was extraordinary when I first saw it, but now it seems that the picture scroll wasn't just a powerful artifact, but a self-contained world of its own. You acted reluctant to let me go, but you actually used a trick on me to let me jump into a more suited cage than the last one." At this point, Yang Kai muttered in annoyance, "It seems that before your return, even if I was able to force open the portal of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, I would still plunge into this place and become trapped." Xia Lin Lang gazed at him in an innocuous manner. "So what if you figured it out? There's no pill in the world for regret. If there was one, I wouldn't mind buying a few thousand of them and letting you have a taste." Yang Kai pressed his hand against his chest. "It feels terrible." With her lips covered, Xia Lin Lang giggled. "Oh really? I'm very pleased actually." A vexed Yang Kai stared at her and said, "I've treated you with sincerity, but you've gone back on your word instead. That's not righteous at all." Xia Lin Lang couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a thick-skinned man. "Since you have no more worries, are you ready to make a move now?" Yang Kai gazed at her. Dispassionately, Xia Lin Lang replied, "I'll never be at ease as long as someone who doesn't know his place like you is still alive. Although the world's spring is precious, I don't have the patience to wait for you to make it to the 7th order. Let's just see how lucky I am. If I'm lucky, the world's spring might survive after your death. If I'm not, I'll just watch as the world's spring goes with you to the Yellow Springs. As a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, you shouldn't have any regrets since you have such an honor." Yang Kai nodded gently. "You're right. Do you have any last words?" Xia Lin Lang gaped at him. "There's no need for that." Yang Kai shook his head. Xia Lin Lang stared fixedly at him. The next moment, she appeared in front of him and pushed out her palm before cursing, "You can die now, then." Instantaneously, Yang Kai parried the attack with his fist. Following a loud boom, the ground shook violently. A crack appeared beneath Yang Kai as his feet sank into the ground. Without giving him a chance to take a breath, Xia Lin Lang pushed out her palm again at the speed of lightning. If Yang Kai hadn't personally experienced it, he wouldn't have believed that such a petite woman could unleash such violent attacks. The last time he came across such a situation was when he met Zhu Qin, who was from the Dragon Clan, for the first time. Her attacks landed on Yang Kai like a torrent, and 10 strikes later, half of Yang Kai's figure was beneath the ground. "How is a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like you supposed to fight me without the help of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power? Regardless of how amazing the world's spring is, it can't make up for the gap between us." Xia Lin Lang snorted while her attacks never stopped. Previously, since Yang Kai had obtained the inheritance of Pear Flower Divine Monarch, he was able to make use of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power. If they got into an intense battle in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the place would suffer an immense loss. That was the reason Xia Lin Lang tricked him into entering the world in the picture scroll instead. The picture scroll outside of Pear Flower Cave Heaven not only served as a portal and a layer of defense, but it was also a cage. Now, Yang Kai was trapped inside this cage, and unless he killed Xia Lin Lang, he would never be able to get out of it. As Xia Lin Lang spoke, she attempted to sweep her leg across the man's head. Yang Kai raised his hand to block, but as he was faced with the violent force, he was sent flying away like a carrot that had been plucked out of the ground. While in mid-air, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Although the world spring was able to stabilize his small universe and prevent it from falling into chaos, the attacks from a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could not be underestimated. After getting struck so many times, Yang Kai was naturally injured. He managed to stabilize himself in midair with difficulty and wiped the blood from his mouth. As he gazed at the grim-looking Xia Lin Lang, he put on a grin and taunted, "An old bat like you is indeed quite powerful." An incensed Xia Lin Lang snarled, "I'll tear your mouth off." The moment she finished saying the last word, Yang Kai was sent flying away again as though he had been struck by lightning. Although he was in a defensive pose, there was a huge gap between their strengths, so he was unable to disperse her raging attacks. The ground shook and the sky paled. The mountains in the picture scroll crumbled and fell. It was as though the entire world had been turned upside down. Xia Lin Lang didn't hold back at all, leading Yang Kai to be struck like a sandbag, powerless to counterattack. If he hadn't refined the world spring, his small universe would have come apart already. If it weren't because his half-dragon form physique was so sturdy, he wouldn't have persevered. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang became increasingly unsettled as time passed, for she had a feeling that Yang Kai had some kind of secret plot. After all, he hadn't summoned his spear even up until this moment and had simply been facing her with his body. However, she felt that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to carry out any secret plot in this world in the picture scroll even if he had any. In this place, she was already invincible as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Therefore, her doubts soon vanished into thin air as her attacks became even more rapid. With that said, she was amazed at the fact that a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master still hadn't lost his life following her barrage of blows. It was no wonder that after she left, he was able to occupy Lin Lang Palace and kick Qin Fun and the others out so easily. He was indeed significantly more powerful than an average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. An incense stick later, Yang Kai appeared to be at an absolute disadvantage as he was completely powerless to fight back. In addition to many bruises on his face, his figure was covered in wounds and blood. He looked truly battered. Having lost her patience, Xia Lin Lang stared calmly at the staggering man who was standing not far away from her. A sense of hesitation flashed through her eyes, but it soon dissipated. As she performed a hand seal, she yelled, "I'll end it here." As her hand seal was formed, her world force surged. She then pointed her finger at Yang Kai's forehead from a distance. Her attack would determine the life or death of this man. Her slender finger seemed to ignore the limits of space and gently landed on Yang Kai's forehead. As if struck by a mountain, he suddenly tipped his head back, but a grin appeared on his blood-covered face at that exact moment as he threw out his fist and bellowed, "Cow punch!" A violent force burst out from his figure. Following the trail of the aura he had spent so much effort chasing, Yang Kai crashed all the force he could muster into the woman's small universe. Xia Lin Lang's expression changed drastically. In an instant, she felt the world around her spinning, and a thunderous noise rang out in her ears as her small universe was sent into turmoil. Before she could come to her senses, she saw a spear magnifying before her eyes through her blurred vision, a horrifying murderous intent swirling around its tip. The strength and resilience of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could not be underestimated though. At the critical moment, Xia Lin Lang forcefully drew upon her small universe's might and exerted more force with the finger that was on Yang Kai's forehead, knocking him away. Azure Dragon's spear jabbed almost a palm's length into her belly before it was forcefully drawn out, its blade covered in blood. Having just escaped from death's door, Xia Lin Lang rapidly withdrew 1,000 kilometers. Looking down, she realized that blood was streaming out of her belly and dyeing her clothes crimson. Her figure was close to being run through by the weapon just now. If she had suffered such an injury, while she wouldn't have lost her life given her 7th order cultivation, it would still be considered a critical wound. What was more shocking for her was that there was a dark flame burning around her wound. The black flame was so ferocious that she could only suppress it, but not put it out immediately despite being a 7th order open heaven realm master. Golden Crow's true fire. Xia Lin Lang's pupils contracted as she instantly deduced the flame's origin. Golden Crow's true fire was a high-rank fire element power. Since Yang Kai was able to use this power, it meant that he had refined it for himself. Xia Lin Lang slowly made it to the 7th order from a lower realm, so she knew full well how hard it must have been to condense a high-rank element power. It was then she realized why Yang Kai was far stronger than cultivators in the same order. In this vast universe, those who could condense high-rank elements and make it to the open heaven realm were all famous figures. Could this guy really be a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven? But I've never seen him use the immovable Bright King body before. However, just like what's described in the rumors, his physique is extremely robust. While the use of Golden Crow's true fire stunned Xia Lin Lang, the transformation in her small universe was what really concerned her. At this moment, a force was weltering in her small universe, which made it impossible for her to circulate her strength smoothly. Before she could attempt to suppress it though, Yang Kai came at her with his spear. The mark of a finger on his glabella was conspicuous and golden blood streamed out of the wound and slid down his face. An unperturbed Yang Kai put on a savage grin, which made his face look even more hideous. Do you think I can only go against you using senior spear Dao? The Yang Kai have my own Daos. I'll let you know the consequences of angering me. The reason he held his fury in and never summoned his Azure Dragon Spear despite being wounded all over his face and body was that there was a huge gap between their base strengths. Even if he summoned Azure Dragon Spear, the outcome wouldn't change. However, it was different at this moment. Following his use of Cow Punch secret technique, the situation had been turned around. He now had the capital to oppose her. It had to be said that the aura of a 7th order was extremely difficult to trace. Since he comprehended his Cow Punch secret technique, Yang Kai had only used it to deal with 4 people. Senior Sister Jean was the first, but that was more like a friendly spar rather than a life-and-death battle, and it ended after Yang Kai succeeded. Tan Luo Xing was the second. As a 6th order blood slave, he barely had any sentience left to speak of, so after the trail of his aura was caught by Yang Kai, he was instantly killed. Blood Crow was the third, and he had indeed suffered a big setback because of Yang Kai. However, these 3 were all in the 6th order while Xia Lin Lang was in the 7th order. Yang Kai hadn't endured an incense stick's worth of attacks for no reason. As their world forces clashed and their auras entangled, he could finally find the chance to counterattack at the most critical moment. Unaware of Yang Kai's capabilities, Xia Lin Lang almost had her figure penetrated by his spear. If she were a stronger 7th order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai might not have had the chance to use this secret technique and he would have fallen into a state of complete powerlessness. Martial Peak, Chapter 4664, Mutual Loss. Yang Kai was playing with fire by enduring the bombardment of attacks for an entire incense stick of time. If he wasn't careful, he would have lost his life. However, if he hadn't done that, he couldn't have obtained the right to fight against Xia Lin Lang, a 7th order open heaven realm master. As he wielded his Azure Dragon Spear, pear flowers seemed to blossom. Yang Kai had comprehended this divine ability after obtaining the inheritance of Pear Flower Divine Monarch, so it wasn't his own technique. If he were still in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, he could make use of the world's power and to unleash a blow that was equivalent to a 7th Order Master's full-powered attack. However, since he had left Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the force of this attack had become less immense, though it was still fairly powerful. Xia Lin Lang's figure was engulfed in countless spear shadows. but as her world force surged, the phantoms dissipated. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai roared, "Golden Crow casts the sun." Senior Pear Flower's Dao didn't belong to him. However, the Golden Crow casts the sun did. As a golden crow was heard cawing, a great sun leaped into the sky and illuminated the entire world. Xia Lin Lang's pupils contracted again as she exclaimed, "A divine manifestation?" Yang Kai guffawed, "You have pretty acute vision. It is indeed a divine manifestation." He then stuck his spear to the great sun and pushed it towards the woman. Xia Lin Lang's gaze appeared conflicted. She was jealous and envious, but at the same time, she was unresigned and furious. Normally, divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank masters. Only when a cultivator reached the high-rank open heaven realm could they stand a chance to comprehend their own divine manifestation. However, not every high-rank open heaven realm master had this opportunity. Although it had been a long time since Xia Lin Lang ascended to the 7th Order, she still hadn't comprehended her own divine manifestation. There were many 7th Order open heaven realm masters who remained hidden in the shattered heaven, but only 10% of them could use divine manifestations. Xia Lin Lang had never expected that one day she would come across a 6th Order open heaven realm master who could cast a divine manifestation. At that instant, she felt as though she was dreaming. If this wasn't a dream, why would there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? However, the divine manifestation indeed showcased a high-rank power, so she could not underestimate it. The spear surged forward like a dragon while the great sun rapidly magnified before her eyes. Since her aura was still in chaos, there was no way she could dodge the attack. Left with no other option, Xia Lin Lang unleashed a great shout as the illusory phantom of her small universe flashed behind her back. Ignoring the turmoil in her small universe, she forcefully drew out her world force to meet the great sun head-on. As the moves met, the world fell silent. As the great sun exploded, the world in the picture scroll became blindingly bright. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were both sent flying in opposite directions as they sprayed out mouthfuls of blood. While Yang Kai was soaked in blood, Xia Lin Lang's hair was a mess, and her clothes had become tattered. The chaos in her small universe had also been exacerbated. Before she could take a breather, she was suddenly engulfed in a great sense of danger, one even more intense than when Yang Kai used his divine manifestation just now. Upon stabilizing himself, Yang Kai pushed his power without reserve. A great sun leapt into the sky again, and following that, a cold moon rose into existence. The sun and the moon shone brightly together. As time principles and space principles intertwined, the space-time strength permeated the world. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. The great sun and moon circled one another in an endless cycle, rotating faster and faster. While carrying an amazing power, the two celestial bodies flew towards Xia Lin Lang, who was still dizzy from the last attack. Space was instantly frozen while time seemed to have stopped flowing. Xia Lin Lang had never come across such an abstruse divine ability. At that instant, she didn't know what to do. Despite that, she innately understood that one great force could suppress even 10 masters. While clenching her teeth, she suppressed the weltering vitality in her heart and madly activated her world force before meeting the rapidly rotating sun and moon head-on. As the surrounding space collapsed, Xia Lin Lang shot forward and landed a palm on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai was sent flying away while gripping his spear. As blood spurted, both of them fell to the ground with a loud thud. While lying on the ground, Yang Kai panted heavily and widened his eyes, but his vision was all blurred. He could feel his aura weltering around his body, as though there were thousands of horses rampaging inside him and tearing his physique apart. He had previously endured Xia Lin Lang's attacks for an entire incense stick, and now he had cast 2 powerful attacks without taking the consumption of energy into consideration. After he was struck by the woman's full-force counterattack, he almost lost his life. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Although he was badly injured, Xia Lin Lang wasn't in any better shape. She had sequentially been struck by Yang Kai's cow punch, then his golden crow casts the sun, then his sun and moon divine wheel. Despite being a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she couldn't possibly keep fighting after suffering so many powerful blows. As he activated his divine sense, Yang Kai realized that the woman was indeed lying in a pit that was a few thousand meters away. She remained unmoving and her aura was weak. The fierce battle turned out to be a mutual loss. No one would have believed it if they were told. Although there was only a difference of 1 order, a 7th Order Master should easily be able to defeat 10 6th Order Masters, so how did Xia Lin Lang end up in such a state? However, that was indeed what had happened. Presently, Xia Lin Lang, who was lying in the pit, appeared extremely embarrassed. Her clothes were all tattered, which revealed her underwear. If anyone saw her without knowing what had happened, they would have thought that she had been molested and then thrown away by Yang Kai. On the other hand, she had never expected she could be horribly injured by a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master one day. She felt so humiliated that she was on the brink of bursting into tears. While clenching her teeth, she managed to spit vehemently, "Just you wait. I'll definitely rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Despite her hushed voice, she knew that Yang Kai could hear her. As expected, Yang Kai was then heard snorting, "How do you have the nerve to utter threats now? Neither of us can move, so whoever can recover first will be the winner. Although my cultivation is lower than yours, I have full confidence in my recovery abilities." His confidence came from his half-dragon physique and his wood element power condensed from the immortal tree. Therefore, even though she was 1 order higher than him, Yang Kai believed that there was no way Xia Lin Lang could recover before he did. While he was lucky enough to have pushed Xia Lin Lang over the edge, it was also thanks to his well-thought-out plan. If his cow punch secret technique hadn't been effective, the subsequent sequence of events wouldn't have happened. The turmoil in her small universe gave Yang Kai a chance to hit her with his 2 trump cards. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful Golden Crow casts the sun and moon divine wheel were, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could have resolved his attacks. That was what had happened when he fought against Zuoquan Hui. Yang Kai had gotten into several intense battles with Zuoquan Hui, but other than the final conflict, which he was lucky enough to have killed him in, Yang Kai was essentially always at a disadvantage. Since he had come to a draw with Xia Lin Lang, it went to show that his power had increased significantly during this period of time. "How could you oppress a weak woman like me? Are you even a man?" Xia Lin Lang snapped. Yang Kai sneered, "You're just an old witch. I suppose you hadn't expected this to happen when you oppressed me just because you thought yourself stronger." Xia Lin Lang was enraged. Perhaps she had rarely argued with anyone, so her vocabulary was rather limited when it came to such a situation, so she just continued snapping, "Damned brat." Yang Kai retaliated, "Old witch. Smelly man. Hag." Instead of trying to recuperate, the two of them bickered with each other while lying on the ground. Although they cursed one another, there was no doubt that Yang Kai's calm and collected demeanor had put him in an advantageous position. In just a while, Xia Lin Lang was so exasperated that she started spraying out a mouthful of blood as her twin peaks heaved. After suffering a small loss, she stopped humiliating herself as she decided to keep her mouth shut and let Yang Kai's words roll off her back. Yang Kai guffawed in a smug manner, as though he had won another battle. 1 hour later, he suddenly let out a long breath. "We could have parted ways and lived our lives in peace, but you insisted on choosing death instead." Upon finishing his words, he slowly got to his feet and stumbled forward with his azure dragon spear in hand. Although his aura was still weak and unstable, he had restored some of his energy. Despite sensing his movements, Xia Lin Lang remained unmoving. Yang Kai walked down the pit and stood beside her. Looking down, he asked calmly, "Do you have any last words?" Xia Lin Lang glared at him, as though she was trying to cut him in half with her gaze. Yang Kai went on to say, "All right, stop pretending. You're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. Although you couldn't possibly have restored a lot of your strength in such a short time, I doubt you'd just lie there waiting for death. Since both of us can still make the last move, fate will decide which one of us will have the last laugh. Xia Lin Lang decided to ignore him and closed her eyes. On the other hand, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. He wouldn't dare to make a rash move upon seeing her reaction. Just like he had said, both of them had restored a bit of their strength, and apparently, she was saving hers to react accordingly. There was only a slim chance of success if he acted hastily now. All of a sudden, Xia Lin Lang opened her eyes and roared, "I'll dig your eyes out if you keep ogling me." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. "It's not that I want to take advantage of you when you're in such a state, it's just that your clothes are a complete mess and you don't want to get changed. I'm just considering which part of your body to stab my spear into." He paused for a moment, then asked, "Why don't you change into new clothes? You'll look more decent when you die." It wasn't certain what was on Xia Lin Lang's mind, but she really followed Yang Kai's advice. After sitting up, she fished out new clothes from her space ring and directly put them on. It was apparently a defensive artifact instead of ordinary clothes. Yang Kai didn't stop her. After putting on her clothes, Xia Lin Lang lay on the ground again and placed her hands on her belly. She was as silent as a corpse. Yang Kai's brow twitched. "Just what do you want?" Xia Lin Lang opened her eyes and shot him a faint glance. "I'm not going to make a move. I enjoy watching you act all anxious." Yang Kai snapped, "I'll make a move then if you're not going to." "You can give it a try. Let's see which one of us dies in the end." "Do you think I don't dare to?" Yang Kai was completely incensed. "Do it then. What are you waiting for?" While Yang Kai's face twitched, the veins on his forehead also throbbed. Just when he was considering whether he should push out his spear without worrying about the consequences, events took a turn. The world in the picture scroll shook while the sky paled. Yang Kai subconsciously thought that the woman was trying to launch a sneak attack on him, so he instantly moved backwards about 100 meters. While lifting his spear defensively, he went on full alert. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang rapidly got to her feet and shot the man a glance before sneering, "I thought you were a bold man, but it turns out you're just a coward." She then looked up at the sky with a frown. Yang Kai also came to his senses as he realized that the turmoil wasn't the woman's doing. Instead, it came from the outside world. As he recalled that they were in the world in the picture scroll, which was also a portal that led to Pear Flower Cave Heaven, Yang Kai arched his brow and asked, "Someone is attacking the portal, right?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4665, Grasshoppers on the Same Rope. It was because some other group was attacking the portal from outside that the world in the picture scroll was in turmoil, and judging from the violent movements, Yang Kai believed that the attackers were fairly powerful. With that said, Xia Lin Lang, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was in charge of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. The attackers wouldn't have made a scene if they didn't have confidence. Taking pleasure in her misfortune, Yang Kai guffawed, "It seems that retribution has come for you." He was still disgruntled about this woman tricking him, so he was more than happy to see her suffer. Xia Lin Lang coldly retorted, "What are you so pleased about? If they manage to shatter the portal, you'll be the first to suffer, not me." Yang Kai's laughter abruptly caught in his throat as he came to his senses. "They're here for me? What do you count for?" Xia Lin Lang sneered, "They're after the world spring." "It's them?" Yang Kai finally figured out who the attackers were, as there were only a small number of people who were aware of the world spring's existence. Certainly, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who attempted to hack each other to death in the now-shattered universe Cave Heaven knew about it though. After Xia Lin Lang captured Yang Kai, she was intercepted by an old woman. Xia Lin Lang followed up, "They must have tailed me while I was outside some time ago. That's why the location of this place has been exposed. Otherwise, they couldn't have found this place so soon." Yang Kai snapped, "Why were you so careless?" Xia Lin Lang sneered, "Didn't you say I deserve retribution? Why are you so anxious?" At that instant, Yang Kai was lost for words. If this matter had nothing to do with him, he could have sat on the mountaintop and watched the tigers fight. However, Since he was their primary target, it was expected that he was anxious. Although he wasn't certain whether Xia Linlang was lying, he believed that this woman had no reason to mess with him at this point. A myriad of expressions came over him. While staring at him, Xia Linlang suddenly put on a smile. "Why don't I open the portal and let you flee? You're an expert in the Tao of space anyway. If you want to flee, those people might not be able to capture you even though they're in the high-rank open heaven realm." Yang Kai snarled, "Do you think I can flee from multiple high-rank masters when I'm in such a state? What does that have to do with me?" Xia Linlang smiled elegantly. Yang Kai was so vexed that he had the urge to kill this woman with his spear right here and now. Just now, he was all ready to watch a good show, but it turned out that he was the one featured in the show instead. Life was truly unpredictable. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's fury all faded and he put on a smile. "Good, let's do that. After you open the portal, I won't flee since there's no chance of success. There's only one world spring, and those people are obviously not united. Once they're inside, they'll certainly backstab one another. When they start fighting, I'll seize the chance to escape. Moreover, they won't really kill me. Just like you, they'll probably try to make me ascend to the 7th order before snatching the world spring. No matter the outcome, I won't die." While staring at her with a grim expression, he went on to say, "On the other hand, your aura is weak and you're clearly injured. I bet those people will take the chance to kill you. All of you have been hiding in the shattered heaven for many years, so some grudges must have formed between you. I believe that the old woman we came across some time ago wouldn't miss the chance to deal a fatal blow to you." Xia Linlang snorted. "Do you think they're as easygoing as I am? Do you think they're as patient as I am? There's only one world spring. If none of them can get it, they'll not let it fall into other people's hands. You won't have a chance to survive then. Don't worry, no one will help bury your corpse after you die." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Good, neither of us is young and ignorant anymore, so let's stop trying to frighten each other." "Are you calling me old?" Xia Linlang rolled her eyes, then tucked her hair behind her ear and straightened her back. "I'm in my prime years." Yang Kai pursed his lips. "In any case, we're now grasshoppers on the same rope, so our fates are tied to one another." After a moment of silence, Xia Linlang nodded. "You finally said something sensible after such a long time." Unwilling to argue with her over this, Yang Kai said, "How many high-rank masters are there?" Although he was now a half-owner of Pearflower Cave Heaven, the world in the picture scroll had nothing to do with him. Only Xia Linlang was aware of what was going on in the outside world. "There are 4 of them," she replied. "You've met them all before?" It was just what Yang Kai had expected. While he was outside of the universe cave heaven back then, other than Xia Linlang, he had also come across an old woman with gray hair, a middle-aged man, a woman, and a young boy with a ponytail. The 5 of them all charged into that universe cave heaven and got into a fight, which was why the place fell apart. How powerful are they compared to you? We're equally matched. There's not much difference between us really. In the 7th order, none of us are at the top nor at the bottom. Xia Linlang laughed at herself a bit self-deprecatingly. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai asked, "If you open the portal now, how likely, do you think, are we to successfully flee while they're off guard?" Xia Linlang gazed at him with a weird look. "I should be asking you this question instead. Aren't you supposed to be adept at fleeing since you've mastered the Tao of space?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It would be possible if I was at full strength. However, given the state I'm in, there's no chance of success. Moreover, since they're aware of my capabilities, they might have made some preparations already." Xia Linlang sighed. "This portal can't persist for long. This place was already damaged after our fight earlier. Now that they're bombarding it with their full strength, it'll only take them half a day to break open the portal." As they spoke, the turmoil in the world in the picture scroll intensified like a rising tide. Xia Linlang immediately made a decision. "Come with me." Without hesitation, Yang Kai nodded his head. Xia Linlang performed a hand seal and pointed forward. A ripple spread across the void and revealed a portal that led back to Pearflower Cave Heaven. Following that, the two of them passed through the portal. They were initially at each other's throats and were trying to kill one another, but at this moment, they were forced to become allies, which was quite ironic. However, Yang Kai needed to rely on her 7th order strength while Xia Linlang had to make use of his mastery of the Tao of Space. Moreover, Yang Kai had showcased incredible power during their battle. By joining forces with him, she would stand a greater chance of survival. Both of them were sensible people. They knew that this kind of temporary union would only bring them benefits, which was why they stopped trying to hack each other to death. Nevertheless, after they escaped this calamity, it didn't mean they wouldn't resume their life and death struggle. Upon returning to Pearflower Cave Heaven, they directly appeared in front of Pearflower Palace. When Qin Fun and the others, who had been waiting in this place, saw the two of them, they quickly flew over. Upon seeing Xia Linlang was battered and her clothes were soaked in blood, they were shocked and glowered at Yang Kai. Yang Kai ignored them. Xia Linlang turned to look at him. The portal on the outside is an artifact, so after they shatter it, they still can't enter this place. They'll also have to break the world barrier here. It will only take them 10 days to half a month to do that. Yang Kai nodded gently. We'll have ample time to restore our strength then. By the time they barge in, we'll be able to deal with them since we're the co-owners of this place. Xia Linlang slowly shook her head. I won't fight with them here. Yang Kai frowned. Why? By fighting against their enemies in Pearflower Cave Heaven, both of them would have an advantage. After all, they were the co-owners of this place, so they could make use of the world force of this universe Cave Heaven. Xia Linlang explained, more than 10 million people are living here. If we engage in a battle here, regardless of whether we win or lose, this place will be severely damaged. By then, countless people will lose their lives. Therefore, the moment they shatter the world barrier, we'll have to break through the siege. Whether we survive or not will be left up to the heavens then. Yang Kai gazed at her with a shocked expression. In a dispassionate tone, Xia Linlang asked, What's wrong? Do you think I'm too soft-hearted? Fine, I'm indeed such a person. If you don't agree with my decision, you can leave now. I won't stop you. Yang Kai shook his head. That's not what I meant. I was just surprised. He had never expected that this woman would be concerned about the life or death of the millions of residents of Pearflower Cave Heaven. She was even willing to give up a strategic advantage in a life-and-death fight against her enemies to preserve this place. It had to be noted that this decision was unwise. Anyone who had weighed the pros and cons of this matter wouldn't have made such a decision. All of a sudden, Yang Kai found this woman to be less despicable. Xia Linlang frowned. Why are you looking at me like this? Do you think I'm showing too much womanly compassion just because I'm concerned about the people living in this place? Yang Kai grinned. It is said that we may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Moreover, I'm not familiar with you, so I don't know what kind of a person you really are. However, it's clearly not a bad thing that the people here are ruled over by someone like you, who is concerned about their safety. Xia Linlang snorted. Yang Kai went on to say, If you trust me, I have a way to solve this problem. A doubtful Xia Linlang stared at him. What's your solution? With a smile, Yang Kai shook his head. You'll find out soon enough. But before that, I need the array jade of the Pearflower Palace. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Xia Linlang furrowed her brows, but she didn't hesitate for long. She soon passed back the array jade she had retrieved from him some time ago. Thanks. Yang Kai put on a smile. I'll go somewhere to restore my energy now, and you should do the same. We'll have a tough battle soon. He then disappeared into the distance. Qin Fun and the others were dumbfounded. They initially thought that their palace master had captured Yang Kai, but they soon realized it wasn't the case upon hearing their conversation. Something serious seemed to have happened while the two of them were not around. What's going on, Palace Master? Qin Fun gazed doubtfully at her. Xia Linlang replied, I was tailed while I was outside some time ago, so the location of this place has been exposed. Some powerful cultivators are trying to invade now. I need to recuperate immediately. You all should enter Lin Lang Palace and prepare yourselves." "Yes," Qin Fun and the others replied respectfully. Martial Peak, Chapter 4666, Going All Out. Yang Kai hadn't suffered serious injuries in the battle against Xia Linlang. He was just exhausted, so it only took him a few days before he managed to restore most of his energy. During this period of time, some tremors could be felt taking place in Pear Flower Cave Heaven. It was apparent that the high-rank masters had shattered the portal of the picture scroll, and they were now trying to break through the world barrier of this place. Once they formed a crack, they could pass through it and invade. Since 4 high-rank masters had joined forces, it was a force to be reckoned with. Even though Yang Kai and Xia Linlang had decided to work together, they couldn't possibly defeat these 4. Xia Linlang was concerned about the millions of lives in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so she wasn't willing to start a fight in this place. Therefore, Yang Kai had to come up with a solution to free her of this concern so that they could make use of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power to confront their enemies. Apparently, Xia Linlang didn't intend to keep the millions of lives inside her small universe even though she was able to do so. The small universe of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had materialized, so it could easily accommodate millions of ordinary lives. Furthermore, by raising living beings in one small universe, one could strengthen their heritage as living beings would nourish the world and generate world force all on their own. As time passed, it could save a cultivator much time and effort. However, if Xia Linlang really did that, it would be a disaster for those living here. Once she got into a fight with powerful enemies, most of those living here would be killed as a result of the turmoil in her small universe. Yang Kai initially intended to put all those living in Pear Flower Cave Heaven inside his small universe. Although he was just a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, his small universe had the protection of the World Spring. Therefore, the living beings in his small universe would not be harmed regardless of what happened. Nevertheless, if he really did that, the secret that his small universe had materialized would be exposed. Even though Xia Linlang appeared to be concerned about the living beings in this place, she might not have the same sympathy for Yang Kai. If she found out about his secret, she might develop some ill intentions. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai knew that he had to act secretly. The reason he got the jade back from Xia Linlang some time ago was to make some preparations for this. Once he was done healing, Yang Kai appeared above a certain mountain range. Looking down, he could see that the mountain range spanned several tens of thousands of kilometers, like a long, sleeping dragon. Following that, he fished out the jade and pinched it between the tips of his fingers. As he communicated with the jade, he manipulated the local space principles. The next moment, the world force in Pear Flower Cave Heaven trembled as a region several 100,000 kilometers wide began to shake. Although he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was hard for him to achieve what he was doing by relying only on his own power. However, since he was a co-owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, it was now much easier for him. Of course, the other half-owner of this place could detect such violent movements. A moment later, Xia Linlang, who was initially meditating in Pear Flower Palace, appeared before Yang Kai with a dark expression as she bellowed, "Yang Kai, what are you doing?" She could sense that Yang Kai was trying to split off a big piece of territory that spanned several 100,000 kilometers from Pear Flower Cave Heaven. This kind of separation was immensely damaging to Pear Flower Cave Heaven's foundation. Once Yang Kai succeeded, the heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven would be reduced by 20 to 30%. That was the reason Xia Linlang was incensed. On the other hand, Yang Kai wasn't surprised by her arrival. Since they were the co-owners of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, they could easily detect the slightest changes happening in this place. However, he wasn't flustered at all. While continuing to split off this chunk of land, he explained, "You're not willing to fight with the enemies in Pear Flower Cave Heaven because you're worried that those living here will be affected, but if we can move them to a safe place, you will no longer have such a concern. Back when I was still young and weak, I obtained a special storage artifact. Just like your picture scroll, it was a sealed world that could accommodate living beings. However, that storage artifact was damaged. Given my current capabilities though, it's not hard for me to make a similar storage artifact. When he was still in the star boundary in the past, Xianxia had refined a number of world beads, which were similar to the sealed world bead. During the great battle between the humans and demons, every army commander had a world bead, which was used to easily mobilize their soldiers. Since Xianxia already had this experience, it wouldn't be hard for him to make something similar to the sealed world bead. Once Xiaolinlang realized his intentions, her expression turned milder. Do you plan to move all those that live here to that new artifact? That's right. Xianxia nodded. Only by doing so can we go all out against the enemy in this place. A myriad of expressions came over Xiaolinlang as she knitted her brows. Xianxia scoffed. Why even hesitate? I know you're concerned about the millions of lives in this place, and you're planning to break through the siege when the world barrier is shattered. However, without your protection, these innocents would still be affected since those high-rank masters would definitely be furious. By then, you won't be able to ensure their safety. In that case, why don't we move them to somewhere safe in advance? Xiaolinlang soon stopped hesitating and nodded. Do you need any help? Xianxia nodded. If you want to help, please gather all those living in this place together now so that I'll have ample time to transfer them to another place. After giving it a thought, Xiaolinlang said, I can put them inside my small universe first. When your artifact is ready, I can move them over. Sounds good. Xiaolinlang then left. There were people living all over Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so it would take her some time to put all of them inside her small universe. Space principles continued undulating around Xianxia. With Pear Flower Cave Heaven's support, he spent half a day splitting the territory of several 100,000 kilometers that he had selected. The heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven instantly fell by 30%. As a result, the sky paled and the ground shook. It was as though it was the end of the world. Xianxia activated his divine sense and engulfed the split-off territory with space principles without caring about his consumption of energy. As his world force undulated, he performed different hand seals and cast rays of light through his fingers. 3 days later, the territory of several 100,000 kilometers disappeared and was replaced by a bead the size of a longan. By infusing his divine sense into it, Xianxia could see that the territory of several 100,000 kilometers he had split from Pear Flower Cave Heaven was now inside the bead. Just like the sealed world bead, the bead was an independent world of its own. Right then, Xiaolinlang returned and gazed at the pale Xianxia as she asked, Is it done? Xianxia tossed the bead at her. After taking the bead, Xiaolinlang inspected it while looking conflicted. A long time later, she said in a quiet voice, Thank you. Following that, Xianxia sat down on the ground with his legs crossed and swallowed down many open heaven pills. While smiling, he asked, What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly. Xiaolinlang glared at him. Don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. In response, Xianxia chuckled. It was apparent that it wasn't that Xiaolinlang wanted to thank him. She was only expressing gratitude on behalf of the millions of people living under her rule. It wasn't until this moment that Xianxia had a feeling that this woman really just wanted to obtain the world's spring without killing him. Given her actions so far, it was apparent she would have waited for him to ascend to the 7th order and then cut off a bit of territory to move the world's spring out of his small universe. For those in the open heaven realm, those below their realm were no different from ants. However, there were some open heaven realm masters in the world who couldn't really regard people as mere insects. Xiaolinlang put the bead inside her small universe. When she moved the bead out a moment later, all those within had been moved into the artifact. Certainly, the migration would cause these millions of people to feel uneasy, but it was better than watching them lose their lives. All of a sudden, Xiaolinlang tossed the bead back at Xianxia, who took it and stared at her in confusion. Xiaolinlang said, I've witnessed your ability to flee before. Although you're weaker than I am overall, if only one of us survives this, It will definitely be you, not me. Keep the bead for me. You can pass it back to me if both of us survive. I've promised them that I'll give them a safe place to live after all. Yang Kai snorted, after the food is eaten, it'll become something else when it comes out of the body. Will you still want it by then? Xia Lin Lang snapped, nothing good will ever come out of your foul mouth. Yang Kai pursed his lips. Then, Xia Lin Lang looked up at the sky and said, we have 3 days left at most. Get some rest now. Upon finishing her words, she turned around and left. After she was gone, Yang Kai looked down at the bead. As a thought flashed through his mind, he directly put it inside his small universe. In fact, he had always had his eyes on these millions of lives. With the world spring in his possession, he wouldn't have to worry that those living here would be harmed while they inhabited his small universe. He was only in the 6th order, and he wasn't even certain how long it would take him to make it to the 8th order, but with those living beings residing in his small universe, he could shorten the time of achieving his goal. However, he had never expected that he would obtain living beings in such a way. Xia Lin Lang believed that she was no match for Yang Kai when it came to the ability to flee, which was why she let him keep the bead. Nevertheless, just like Yang Kai had said, once food was eaten, it could not be given away. Since Xia Lin Lang had passed those people to him, she would never be able to get them back. No place in the world was safer than his small universe right now. Even if he accidentally lost his life, his small universe would still remain intact with the world spring's presence. In just a few days, those living in Pear Flower Cave Heaven had experienced 3 great migrations. First, they were moved into Xia Lin Lang's small universe from Pear Flower Cave Heaven, then they were moved into the bead. Following that, they were transferred to Yang Kai's small universe. Although they didn't have to exert any effort, the migrations naturally made them feel anxious. When Yang Kai released them from the bead and settled them down in his small universe, those millions of people, regardless of their gender and age, all appeared pale and terrified. Yang Kai had never raised other living beings before, but he knew that they needed houses to live in and food to eat. There were some people who had cultivated before among these living beings, and there were even a dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters. However, none of them were in the open heaven realm. It wasn't hard to raise some Emperor Realm Masters in his body, but Yang Kai would definitely chase the open heaven realm masters out if there were any. As a thought flashed through his mind, he secretly spoke to those Emperor Realm Masters, who were shocked at first, but they soon became at ease. Following that, the most powerful Emperor Realm Master among them placated the crowd and the commotion slowly subsided. Martial Peak, Chapter 4667, A Single Attack. As the ground shook, the world barrier of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was shattered. A huge crack appeared in the sky as 4 figures stood in line. They looked like 4 ferocious dragons that stuck their heads out of the clouds. In the square in front of Pear Flower Palace, Yang Kai looked up and swept a glance over them. He had come into contact with the old woman with gray hair once. Xia Lin Lang said that the woman called herself Grandma Jiu. She was a ruthless and cruel person. No one knew of her background. In the entire shattered heaven, she was one of the oldest who chose to go into hiding in this place. At the very least, when Xia Lin Lang came here to live a reclusive life back then, Grandma Jiu was a famous figure. The middle-aged man was named Zhong Zheng. He seemed to have something to do with a particular sect in Green Frost territory, but no one could prove it. The beautiful woman was named Zhu Ling Shan, who was a licentious person with countless lovers. She was infamous throughout the entire shattered heaven. However, since she was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, no one would dare to underestimate her. It wasn't certain what kind of evil art that Purple Knight boy, who had a ponytail, had cultivated, but the more profound his cultivation was, the younger he looked. Although he looked as innocent and delicate as a young boy, he apparently loved eating human livers, especially those of women. People who offended him would end up in a horrible state. He had countless ways to make his enemies watch as he ate their livers. In the end, they were in so much pain that they would beg him to kill them. There was no law or order in the shattered heaven. It was all about power. This place was filled with the most ruthless people. It was as though all sorts of thugs in the 3,000 worlds had gathered together in this place. Su Wang, who was from Bright King Cave Heaven, once told Yang Kai that the waters in the Shattered Heaven were muddier than he imagined. At that time, Yang Kai still didn't understand what he meant, but now he had personally experienced it, and everything he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. What would the whole picture of the Shattered Heaven look like? Upon barging into Pearflower Cave Heaven, the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters instantly locked their gazes on Yang Kai. Their eyes appeared fervent, so it was obvious that they were aware that Yang Kai had refined the World Spring. The one who could capture him would stand a chance to be the owner of the World Spring. There were rarely any precious treasures in the world that could make high-rank masters feel tempted, and the things that could make them risk their lives were even rarer. One of the 4 universe pillars, the World Spring, was definitely one of them though. As long as they could obtain the World Spring, they would be at a huge advantage when fighting against their enemies or raising living beings inside their small universe. If it weren't because of the allure of the World Spring, the 4 high-rank masters, who were not really united, wouldn't have joined forces and arrived at this place together. Yang Kai stomped his foot on the ground and grinned. "We have some guests. Let's send them a gift." A buzzing sound was then heard ringing throughout Pearflower Palace. Following that, the world force of Pearflower Cave Heaven madly streamed into the palace. At that instant, Pearflower Palace, which was a mobile palace artifact, as well as the command center of the entire Pearflower Cave Heaven, seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit. Inside Pearflower Cave Heaven, all the plants withered instantly and the sky turned gray. All the world force in Pearflower Cave Heaven had streamed into Pearflower Palace in just 3 breaths, which caused the originally vibrant universe Cave Heaven to turn into a dead place. As spear intent surged, Pearflower Palace rose into the air and shot towards the 4 unwelcome guests. The 4 of them had just broken the world barrier of Pearflower Cave Heaven and seen Yang Kai, who was their target, but just when they were excited, this turn of events suddenly took place. Although they were in the high-rank Open Heaven realm, it was still hard for them to react instantly. The color drained from Zhu Lingshan's face as she exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind, Xia Lin Lang?" At the same time, the expressions of Grandma Jiao, Zhong Zheng, and Purple Night Boy changed drastically as their pleasant surprise turned into shock and fear. This couldn't be helped. Although they had envisioned what the battle would look like, the scenario before their eyes had never crossed their minds. Xia Lin Lang had truly gone all out with this attack, which had condensed all the world force in Pearflower Cave Heaven into a single attack. Pearflower Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by a cultivator who was at least in the 8th order. Given Xia Lin Lang's capabilities, even though she could mobilize the world force of Pearflower Cave Heaven, which made it easier for her to deal with her enemies here, she couldn't fully make use of this advantage. That was because she knew nothing about the Spear Dao. The previous owner of Pearflower Cave Heaven was a master of the Spear Dao, so he had left behind a lot of Spear Dao essence after his death. Since she couldn't comprehend it, Xia Lin Lang naturally couldn't obtain his inheritance. If Pearflower Cave Heaven was compared to a sword, Xia Lin Lang could certainly hold it and wield it like a club to deal with her enemies, but she would be unable to unsheath sword, which would naturally make it less effective. However, things were different with Yang Kai's assistance. Previously, he had fully absorbed the Dao essence of Pearflower Cave Heaven, and although he hadn't fully digested it yet, he was able to unsheath the blade, which was Pearflower Palace. The 2 of them had worked together to cast an attack that had condensed all the power from Pearflower Cave Heaven into one spot. Although the attack was less powerful than what the previous owner could cast, it was definitely more powerful than what a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could launch. It was the one and only attack that had been infused with all the power of Pearflower Cave Heaven. They wouldn't be able to launch such an attack again. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were originally split over this issue. She believed that since they were already at an advantage in this place, they didn't have to bet everything on a single roll of the dice. After all, if the attack proved to be ineffective, their advantage would be gone for good. Therefore, she believed that they should deal with their enemies in Pear Flower Cave Heaven so that they would stand a chance to gain the upper hand and ward off their enemies. Naturally, Yang Kai didn't agree with her. The argument between them was so fierce that they almost broke out into another fight. Qin Fun and the others were horrified as they watched from the side. While they were shocked by Yang Kai's audacity, they were also puzzled by their palace master's concession. Yang Kai's reasoning was that, while Xia Linlang could deal with one enemy and Yang Kai could make use of the advantage of being the co-owner to fight against another 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with the help of Pear Flower Palace, as well as Qin Fun and the others, since they were faced with 4 enemies, who would deal with the remaining 2. As the battle dragged on, the heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven would be depleted if they couldn't defeat their enemies, and once the depletion reached a certain critical point, their advantage would turn into a disadvantage, and they would have no choice but to flee. Hence, he believed that they should bet everything on a single attack. Since Xia Linlang wasn't willing to do this, their enemies would naturally not consider this possibility either, and they would be caught off guard. If the 2 of them were lucky, they could directly kill 1 or 2 of their enemies. Once they succeeded, the rest of the enemies would hesitate to make a move again. Back then, in Pear Flower Palace, Yang Kai said in a sincere manner, "I know you're unwilling to let go of this place, but those millions of lives have settled down in a safe place, so there's no more concern for you. Moreover, the location of this place has been exposed. Even if you're able to beat back your enemies this time, more will come knocking on your door in the future. You can't possibly keep this place safe." Certainly, Xia Linlang knew that he was right. There were 2 things that were most important when it came to hiding in the Shattered Heaven. First, a powerful cultivation, and second, a secure hideout. After she arrived in the Shattered Heaven in the past, it took her 1,000 years before she was lucky enough to find Pear Flower Cave Heaven and become its owner. Grandma Jiao, Zhong Zheng, Zhu Lingshan, and Purple Night Boy all had their own hideouts, which remained secrets that outsiders could never find out about. The cultivators outside the Shattered Heaven could never imagine the lengths these people had to go to keep their hideouts hidden. Once their hideouts were exposed, other than their enemies in the Shattered Heaven, those from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would also hunt them down. It wasn't unprecedented. In the past, some high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had suffered such a setback. Their hideouts were found out by those from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, and in the end, teams of high-rank masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises came over and directly shattered the world barriers before capturing these people who had been hiding. Xia Linlang believed that she was already careful enough the last time she went out, but she was still tailed by someone, which was why this place was now under siege. Fortunately, she wasn't an inflexible person. Since Yang Kai managed to change her mind, she directly agreed to his plan. Pear Flower Palace radiated a dazzling glow as spear intent filled the entire world. The palace artifact seemed to have turned into an all-conquering spear as it pierced towards the 4 unsuspecting enemies. They were targeted by the attack that had condensed all the power and aura of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. The expressions of the 4 of them were transformed by horror as they intended to flee, but were unable to do so. They secretly cursed at Xia Linlang while Zhong Zheng bellowed, "Act together if you want to live." He had never expected that Xia Linlang would act so decisively. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have listened to Grandma Jiao and come over to have a hand in this mess. This was a disaster he didn't ask for. As he spoke, he fully activated all his world force and made his move. Grandma Jiao, Zhu Lingshan, and Purple Night Boy also knew that it wasn't the time to hold back. Therefore, after Zhong Zheng spoke, they also activated their powers without hesitation. At that instant, 7 robust defensive artifacts had been summoned as they hovered in front of the group of 4. Behind the artifacts, some defensive secret techniques were also activated. A glow flickered in front of them as though there was a thick layer of wall defending them. There was a long tail of light behind Pear Flower Palace, which made it look like a ferocious dragon. It was a palace artifact that had many powerful functions, and at this moment, it had condensed all the world force of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. Certainly, such an attack could be described as terrifying. Looking down, They could see that Pear Flower Palace had been engulfed in an aura. Presently, Yang Kai was standing on the square in front of the palace. The spear Dao essence he hadn't managed to fully digest now resonated with the palace. Be it Pear Flower Palace or the spear Dao essence, they originally belonged to the original owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so it wasn't surprising that they resonated with each other. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai made a grabbing gesture as though he was holding a spear. Even if there were millions of enemies in front of him, he could destroy them with his thrust. An exuberant Yang Kai filled his lungs before roaring, "Kill!" As the attack struck, the 7 artifacts were shredded like paper. The secret techniques behind the artifacts were also instantly shattered. The 4 enemies were sent flying away as they all sprayed out mouthfuls of blood, their auras significantly weakened. Pear Flower Palace directly formed a huge crack in the world barrier and disappeared into the distance. Martial Peak, Chapter 4668, Escape. The heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven had been sucked dry, so the entire place had become dead. Even the command center, Pear Flower Palace, had left. Therefore, following the violent upheaval, the universe Cave Heaven crumbled and exploded. In the void, shattered spirit provinces of different sizes appeared from out of nowhere and shot forward in all directions. At the same time, 4 battered and injured figures emerged. They appeared to still be reeling from the shock. Zhongzheng was the most severely injured among them as he was covered in terrible wounds. One could even see his squirming organs through the gashes in his flesh. It wasn't that Zhongzheng was weaker than the rest of them, he was just unlucky to have borne the brunt of the horrifying attack. It was an attack that had exhausted all of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power, so although it wasn't as powerful as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's strike, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't easily parry it. The excruciating pain caused Zhongzheng's face to contort as he covered his wounds with his power to stop the bleeding. He also fished out lots of precious pills from his small universe and gulped them down. All of a sudden, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as a stream of dangerous world force had locked onto him from behind. He instantly froze on the spot, and when he looked down, he saw a child's hand sticking out of his gut. With widened eyes, he bellowed, "Purple Knight Old Ghost." Behind him, Purple Knight Boy stuck close to him like a shadow as he grinned. "Since you're so badly injured, you won't stand a chance to survive. I'll send you on your way now, no need to thank me." "You dare!" Zhongzheng roared. However, he was attacked by Purple Knight while he had lowered his guard, and he was now horribly injured, so there was no way he could resist. The next moment, Purple Knight Boy surged his world force, which rushed into the other man's body and destroyed his vitality. Purple Knight then pulled a bloody liver from Zhongzheng's body and started gnawing at it. His expression was as casual as someone who was having a cold drink in the hot summer. In a nearby place, Grandma Jiao and Zhu Lingshan watched the incident unfold with impassive expressions. In a place like the Shattered Heaven, people could turn hostile to each other at any moment. If one of them had been badly injured instead of Zhongzheng, such a calamity would have befallen them as well. Since Zhongzheng was severely wounded, there was no way he could keep fighting. That was the reason Purple Knight Boy seized the chance to kill him. Even if Purple Knight hadn't done that, the other two would have developed some ill intentions. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was killed just like that. However, unlike a mid-rank master, Zhongzheng's small universe didn't instantly collapse after his death. Instead, it contracted and sucked the corpse into it before disappearing into the void. Since time immemorial, this was how universe paradises and universe cave heavens had come about after the death of high-rank masters. As long as the small universe didn't suffer from any violent impact or irreversible damage, there was a decent chance of it remaining after the owner's death. There was no doubt that Zhongzheng had left behind a universe paradise after he passed away. The liver of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was immensely beneficial to Purple Knight Boy, so he rapidly swallowed it down. As he wiped the blood off his mouth, his initially listless aura stabilized. He then turned to look in the direction Pear Flower Palace had disappeared and said, Even with the help of Lin Lang Palace, Xia Lin Lang must be in a terrible state after forcefully mobilizing the power of the entire universe cave heaven. There won't be such a chance again if we let it slip through our fingers. I'm going after her. What do the two of you think? Grandma Jiao and Zhu Lingshan exchanged glances before nodding lightly. A moment later, the three of them shot forward. Certainly, the universe paradise left behind by Zhongzheng was precious as well. By breaking the world barrier, one could obtain all the possessions Zhongzheng had left behind in his small universe. Nevertheless, regardless how many precious items he had, they paled when compared to the world spring. After weighing the pros and cons, they certainly wanted to obtain the world spring instead of searching the new universe paradise. With that said, they had memorized the location of this universe paradise, so they would come over to loot it when there was a chance in the future. Inside Pearflower Palace, blood streamed out of Yang Kai's nose and mouth while Xia Lin Lang was pale-faced. Just like Purple Night Boy had said, it was extremely taxing to forcefully activate the power of the entire Pearflower Cave Heaven. If Xia Lin Lang had done it on her own, she would have lost all power to fight by now. Fortunately, Yang Kai was there to share the burden with her, so she was less exhausted than her pursuers anticipated. Nevertheless, since she had to recuperate, Pearflower Palace was temporarily controlled by Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that he had decided to absorb all of the Spear Dao essence in Pearflower Cave Heaven. Otherwise, it would have been wasted by now. After all, Pearflower Cave Heaven had collapsed and broken apart. Although they had fled from Pearflower Cave Heaven, they couldn't let their guard down. The world spring was extremely attractive, so the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't easily give up on it. On the other hand, they couldn't stay in the Shattered Heaven forever. While controlling Pearflower Palace, Yang Kai sat down with his legs crossed to recuperate. He also infused his divine sense into his small universe to check on those living inside it. Although it had only been a few days since the over 10 million people entered the small universe, they had become at ease following the Emperor Realm Masters placating them. They had also been divided into dozens of groups, with some of them remaining in the same place, harvesting wood and stone in order to build houses. Some of them had moved across a long distance to look for suitable places to live. These groups of people ranged from several tens of thousands to several hundreds of thousands, and each one was respectively led by an Emperor Realm Master. This was what Yang Kai had told the Emperor Realm Masters to do. After all, development would be obstructed if more than 10 million people gathered in a single place. Therefore, after putting them inside his small universe, Yang Kai ordered the Emperor Realm Masters to lead the people to live in different places. Now, it seemed that the Emperor Realm Masters had done a great job. The migration was definitely taxing. Many of them were old people and young children. There were also a lot of families. That was the reason they were moving slowly. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, he swept his world force across them and instantly sent them to suitable places to stay. It was his own small universe, so it wasn't hard for him to do this. After the initial shock, the Emperor Realm Masters soon came to their senses. They looked up at the sky and cupped their fists to express their gratitude, then started settling the people down. Following a moment of observation, Yang Kai was elated. In the future, several dozen cities of different sizes that were filled with people would form in his small universe. When these people settled down, they would certainly bring some transformation to his small universe. Furthermore, his small universe was far more habitable compared to others because he had refined the immortal tree, which was a high-rank wood element. Hence, the environment in his small universe was vibrant and full of vitality. All forms of vegetation could grow very strong inside it. On top of that, even the frail old people radiated a healthy glow upon entering his small universe. A great sun was hanging in the sky in his small universe, and at dusk, the sun fell beyond the horizon while the moon leaped into the sky. This kind of phenomenon was non-existent in other small universes. Perhaps there was only one such small universe in the entire 3,000 worlds. As the moonlight spilled over the world, Yang Kai suddenly recalled something and fell into his thoughts. He seemed to have fallen into a state of abstrusity and enlightenment as all sorts of ideas clashed and formed sparkles in his mind. It felt as though he had finally noticed a key aspect he had accidentally ignored in the past, but he was unable to fully grasp it. It was as if a thin piece of paper had been placed in front of him. He should be able to break it with a poke of his finger, but he seemed incapable of doing so. At that moment, he felt as if there was an itch he couldn't scratch. "What are you doing?" Just then, someone called out to him, which made him snap back from that ethereal state. Apart from him, Xia Lin Lang, Xin Fun, and the other Open Heaven Realm Masters were also inside Pear Flower Palace. Upon seeing how their palace master and Yang Kai worked together, the others wouldn't dare to provoke Yang Kai again. Since this guy was not even afraid of Xia Lin Lang, he certainly wouldn't have any regard for them. Therefore, the person who dared to interrupt him could be none other than Xia Lin Lang. Yang Kai was full of grievances after his state of enlightenment was interrupted by Xia Lin Lang. Although he hadn't figured out the idea that almost became clear in his mind, he was certain that it was extremely important. While suppressing his fury, he jerked his head to the side, only to see the woman glowering at him. "Where are you bringing me to?" She had let Yang Kai control Pear Flower Palace since she had to recuperate. However, she had never expected that this guy would drive the palace out of the shattered heaven, which was why she was incensed. Yang Kai frowned, but he soon realized why the woman was infuriated, so he explained, "The existence of the world's spring has been exposed, so we can't stay in the shattered heaven any longer. Moreover, Pear Flower Cave Heaven is destroyed, and you have nowhere to go. There's no point for you to stay here. I have a place in Void Territory that is very safe. I can assure you that no one will have their eyes on you when you reach there, and you won't have to remain hidden." Xia Lin Lang sneered, "How are you going to assure me? Action speaks louder than words. You'll find out by then. If you trust me, come with me." Xia Lin Lang snapped, "It's not about whether I trust you or not. It's that you have no idea about the situation we're in. If I leave the shattered heaven, those from the cave heavens and paradises will come to capture me. Can you ward them off by then?" Yang Kai knit his brows. "How did all of you offend the people from the cave heavens and paradises?" Xia Lin Lang roared, "How should I know? I've never fallen into any conflicts with the cave heavens and paradises since I started cultivating. However, after I ascended to the 7th Order, they came knocking on my door without ever telling me what they wanted. I was powerless to resist them since they were so formidable. Left with no choice, I went into hiding in the shattered heaven. Now, thanks to you, I've lost my home, and here you are trying to send me to the lion's den. Go to Void Territory if you want, but don't count me in." Martial Peak, Chapter 4669, Turbulence. Upon finishing her words, Xia Lin Lang took control of Pear Flower Palace and drove it in a different direction. It would be extremely risky if they turned around, for Grandma Jiao and the others must be racing after them. By doing so, they would fall into a fierce battle against their enemies. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai got up and said, "In that case, we should part ways here." Since they had gotten out of the woods, he could make use of space principles to get rid of the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Xia Lin Lang snorted, "My hideout has been destroyed because of you, and I have nowhere to go in Shattered Heaven. Now you want to leave just like this? There's no way I'll allow that to happen." Yang Kai questioned dispassionately, "What do you want, then?" While staring resentfully at him, Xia Lin Lang said through clenched teeth, "Aren't you an expert in the Tao of space? There are countless universe cave heavens and universe paradises that remain hidden in Shattered Heaven. You can only leave when you manage to help me find a new hideout." Yang Kai shook his head. "Although I'm adept in the Tao of space, it's still hard for me to find any hidden universe cave heaven or universe paradise. Those that are easy to find have all been discovered. Moreover, I'm the target of Grandma Jiao and the others. You'll also benefit if we part ways. As long as I can leave Shattered Heaven, they wouldn't dare to run after me. Why would you object to this win-win solution?" With that said, he knew that Xia Lin Lang still coveted his world spring. As long as she hadn't snatched the world spring from him, she would never willingly let him go. She had suffered immense losses this time. Not only was Pear Flower Cave Heaven destroyed, but she was also being pursued by her enemies. If she could obtain the world spring, it could make up for the losses. I don't care. Xia Lin Lang was determined to make him stay. If you insist on leaving, don't blame me for falling out with you. What an unreasonable person! Yang Kai roared. Xia Lin Lang put on a smile and looked provokingly at him. So what if I'm unreasonable? Yang Kai had the urge to punch her in the face. After they glared at each other for a moment, he had no choice but to back down as he said, "Fine then, I'll help you find a new hideout before leaving. If you still stop me from leaving by then, I'll make you suffer even if both of us will be severely injured." Before Xia Lin Lang could reply to him, her expression changed as she turned to look in a particular direction. They've come so soon. She could detect 3 rays of light that were rapidly approaching them in the void. Although they were still far away, it was apparent to her that they were Grandma Jiao and the others. Before they even arrived, they started casting their divine abilities from a distance. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang exchanged glances before activating their own powers. Although they hadn't had any discussion before, one of them tacitly took control of Pear Flower Palace and fled while the other took charge of the Grand Array to fend off the divine abilities. As the light barrier flickered, Pear Flower Palace shook violently. The palace then turned into a beam of light and shot into the depths of shattered heaven. Meanwhile, Grandma Jiao and the others continued pursuing them. Yang Kai snapped. If you hadn't changed directions, they wouldn't have reached us so soon. Xia Lin Lang snorted. It was you who decided to leave Shattered Heaven without having a discussion with me, but here you are blaming it all on me. As a man, shouldn't you take responsibility? Yang Kai clenched his teeth and fell silent. Although Pear Flower Palace could move pretty fast, it was hard to get rid of Grandma Jiao and the others. The pursuit went on for the following month as they moved across several million kilometers in Shattered Heaven. During this period of time, a piece of news spread across the entire Shattered Heaven and caused a commotion. One of the 4 universe pillars, the World Spring, had emerged, and it was obtained by a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Presently, this person was in Xia Lin Lang's hands as they were trying to escape the pursuit somewhere in Shattered Heaven. The news sent a shockwave across the entire Shattered Heaven. The 4 universe pillars were extremely precious items in the world. Although they were not the most precious treasures, they were very important in the hearts of the Open Heaven Realm Masters. The last time one of the 4 universe pillars appeared was 3,000 years ago. At that time, it was the profound fish that had appeared. In order to snatch the profound fish, the entire Shattered Heaven had fallen into an uproar. Countless hidden high-rank masters came into the spotlight to snatch the item. The entire process spanned across 100 years, and the profound fish had changed ownerships several times. In the end, it was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who obtained it, and the dust slowly settled. During the 100 years of upheaval, about 10 high-rank masters in Shattered Heaven had lost their lives. Therefore, when word got out that the World Spring had appeared, the old people who had experienced the calamity 3,000 years ago were worried. Would history repeat itself? With someone deliberately spreading the news, everyone in Shattered Heaven soon became aware of it. The portals of those universe cave heavens and universe paradises opened up as the powerful high-rank masters stepped out of their hideouts. Like the pythons on the mountains and the dragons in the lakes, they plunged into Shattered Heaven and caused a disturbance. In Pear Flower Palace, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang sported dark expressions. They initially thought that they would be safe after getting rid of Grandma Jiao and the others. Shattered Heaven was pretty vast, so they could just find a place and go into hiding. By then, Grandma Jiao and the others wouldn't be able to find them regardless of how powerful they were. After dozens of years to 100 years, Grandma Jiao and the others would run out of patience, and everything would be fine. By then, the 2 of them could show up again. In fact, they had indeed gotten rid of Grandma Jiao and the others after spending half a month dealing with them. Presently, Pearflower Palace was hidden on a shattered spirit province as it went with the flow and moved towards the depths of shattered heaven. Nevertheless, barely 10 days later, a high-rank master appeared out of nowhere and directly launched an attack on Pearflower Palace. Since the person was on his own, he naturally couldn't get the upper hand. However, Yang Kai and Xia Linlang were forced to keep fleeing. After that, they seemed to have become the targets of detestation in Shattered Heaven as they would be attacked wherever they went. The most important thing was that many of the attackers were in the Seventh Order. At this moment, 3 people were racing after Pearflower Palace at full speed. Xia Linlang was furious. Pearflower Palace was initially charging forward, but it soon turned around and crashed into the 3 of them. They were tailing the palace from a distance when they saw that. As their expressions changed drastically, they turned into rays of light and fled in different directions. The 3 of them were only in the 5th Order, so they naturally wouldn't dare to stay when faced with the ferocious-looking Pearflower Palace. In order to increase their chance of survival, they even decided to part ways. However, a strange force engulfed them the next instant. They froze on the same spots as though the space around them had solidified. As Pearflower Palace crashed into them, they instantly turned into blood mists. Xia Linlang said through clenched teeth, "How did 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have the nerve to come over and embarrass themselves? How ridiculous! After they're killed, the powerful cultivator behind them will be coming. Let's keep running!" Yang Kai yelled. Pearflower Palace then turned around and left at the speed of lightning. A moment later, a figure arrived from a distance and stopped in the spot where the 3 people were killed. With a livid expression, he continued dashing forward. The 3 of them were his disciples. Even though 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not powerful, it was hard to nurture them. Since they were all killed, he was expected to be furious. However, if he could obtain the World Spring, it would be worth it even if all his disciples were killed, let alone 3 people. Grandma Jiao and the others must have spread the news since they've failed in their attempt to capture us. We've come across 7 to 8 high-rank masters along the way, and they're all eager to destroy us. If this drags on, we'll be doomed, Yang Kai grimly said. Xia Linlang's chest heaved as she let out a breath. I never expected that they'd do such a thing. In fact, Yang Kai had been worried that Grandma Jiao and the others might spread the news about the World Spring. However, Xia Linlang believed that in order to obtain the World Spring, they would hide the secret instead of exposing it to others. What surprised her was that they had really done such a thing, which was why the 2 of them were in a perilous situation. They were now pursued by practically all the top cultivators in Shattered Heaven. It had come to such a point that Yang Kai couldn't leave Shattered Heaven, as some heaven-covering webs might just be waiting for him. By staying close to Xia Linlang, he could make use of the power of Pearflower Palace and fend off the enemies. However, if he fell into a trap set up by any high-rank master, he might not be able to flee despite being an expert in the Tao of space. Several million kilometers away, Grandma Jiao and the others, who were still running after their targets, all wore livid expressions. They had personally experienced the turbulence going on in Shattered Heaven recently. The old farts who rarely showed up had suddenly stepped out of their homes and started moving in the same direction. Additionally, those old farts had also sent their disciples out like fishermen throwing nets into the sea. It had been thousands of years since the last upheaval took place in Shattered Heaven. Someone seemed to have dropped a rock into the muddy waters that made it even muddier. While running after their targets, they exchanged glances. All of them appeared to be doubtful. Grandma Jiao snorted. Stop looking at me like this. I've always been on my own. Even if I wanted to spread the news, I didn't have a way to do so. Therefore, it's not me who spread the news about the World Spring. On the other hand, you too. Purple Knight Boy scoffed. It's not me either. I can't even contain the urge to kill you both, so why would I spread the news to others? Upon finishing his words, he shot Zhu Lingshan a grim look. Big Sister Zhu, I heard that you're pretty close to Ku Yen, the dull flame divine monarch. Ku Yen, the dull flame divine monarch that he had mentioned was one of the small number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Shattered Heaven. Although everyone could claim to be a divine monarch, Ku Yen deserved his title. He was also one of the acknowledged great experts in Shattered Heaven. Therefore, at the mention of the dull flame divine monarch, there was a sense of horror on Grandma Jiu's wrinkled face. Zhu Lingshan was a licentious woman who had countless lovers. She was indeed beautiful, and her figure was curvy. Everyone in Shattered Heaven said that this woman was in an ambiguous relationship with the dull flame divine monarch. No one could prove it so far, while Zhu Lingshan and Ku Yen had never admitted to it. Martial Peak, Chapter 4670, Zhao Yi. To people like Zhu Lingshan and Ku Yen, by remaining silent about it, they had actually acknowledged it to be true. Therefore, in the Shattered Heaven, by leveraging on the Ku Yen divine monarch status, Zhu Lingshan was an important figure despite not being in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Zhongzheng. Zhu Lingshan suddenly snorted. Grandma Jiu and Purple Night Boy became startled for a moment. I heard that Zhongzheng obtained a precious item in the past that could take a mortal blow for him in his stead. Now, it seems that the rumors were true. They were the only people who were aware that the world's spring had appeared. Xia Lin Lang and the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm brat wouldn't invite trouble to themselves by exposing such a secret, while the three of them had never revealed it to anyone. The only possibility was that Zhongzheng hadn't lost his life, and he was the one who had caused such a turbulence in the Shattered Heaven. Although he had a precious item that could act as a substitute for him in case he received a critical injury, allowing him to escape from death's door following Purple Night Boy's sneak attack, he must still be horribly injured, and he had no more strength left to snatch the world spring. Therefore, he decided to spread the news. Since he was unable to obtain the world spring, he certainly wouldn't let Purple Night Boy and the others have it either. At that instant, Purple Night Boy's expression turned awkward while Grandma Jiu looked gleefully at him. It wasn't fun to have offended a powerful cultivator in the same order, especially when it was a blood feud. If Zhongzheng really hadn't lost his life, Purple Night Boy would have to keep his guard up all the time from now on, for the former might retaliate against him at any moment. Grandma Jiu was indeed on her own, so she wouldn't get any benefits by exposing the secret. On the other hand, Zhu Lingshan and Ku Yen were in a relationship, so if she wanted to tell him this secret, she could have looked for a chance and informed him about it in secret instead of spreading it to everyone in the Shattered Heaven. Therefore, Zhu Lingshan's speculation could very well be true. Zhongzheng was still alive, and he was the one who had spread the news about the world spring. Purple Night Boy, who appeared like a young boy, felt his head aching. At that time, he was eager to chase after Xia Lin Lang and her 6th Order ally, so he hadn't had time to check on the universe paradise that Zhongzheng had left behind. If he had done that, he could have found out whether Zhongzheng was really dead or not. Nevertheless, it was no use crying over spilled milk. Since he had offended Zhongzheng, it wasn't like he could just apologize to him when they met again. In any case, both of them were in the 7th Order, so he was not afraid of Zhongzheng. They would just fight a pointless life-or-death battle when the time came. While they were charging forward, Zhu Lingshan stopped in her tracks all of a sudden. Seeing that, Grandma Jiu and Purple Night Boy turned to look at her. Zhu Lingshan tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "Since the secret about the world spring has been exposed, and everyone in the Shattered Heaven is aware of it, it's pointless for us to work together any longer. Why don't we part ways now? By doing so, we'll stand a greater chance to get the world spring. Farewell." Upon finishing her words, she turned around and dashed off. Grandma Jiu and Purple Night Boy stared at her in silence without the intention to stop her. A moment later, Purple Night Boy scoffed, "She must be going to look for her lover." Grandma Jiu replied impassively, "It's understandable." She initially wanted to get the world spring for herself, which was why she never told Ku Yen about it. However, since the news has been spread, Ku Yen must be aware of it by now. She knows that even if she manages to obtain the world spring, it'll fall into Ku Yen's hands in the end. That's why she parted ways with us. "What now, Grandma?" Purple Night Boy turned to look at her. Grandma Jiu replied with a smile, I'm old enough to have enjoyed all the pleasures in life, and I have no more regrets. Of course, I have to fight for a treasure like the World Spring. Even though I won't have a chance to make it to the 8th Order, I'll be able to live for a while longer and enjoy the view of the shattered heaven if I can get it. Following a nod, Purple Night Boy said with a smile, You're pretty sanguine, Grandma. In that case, I'll accompany you. Let's join forces. If we can obtain the World Spring, we'll decide who will get it after that. Good. After they came to an agreement, they continued forward. In the depths of the shattered heaven, there was an intense battle going on. The glow of those divine abilities and secret techniques expanded. As world forces swept across the void, Pear Flower Palace staggered while the glow around it flickered. While trying to flee, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had encountered quite a number of powerful opponents. However, with the help of Pear Flower Palace, they could even ward off a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and continue fleeing. Nevertheless, they were unlucky this time, for 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had been looking for them in a nearby place. While they were held up by one of them, the other 2 soon arrived at the scene. That was how this great battle was ignited. The grand array around Pear Flower Palace was damaged, and its defense power had plunged significantly. When they finally broke through the siege and fled, Pear Flower Palace was all tattered and on the brink of collapsing. Xia Lin Lang felt so heartbroken that her face turned red, then white. It might also have something to do with the fact that she had consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, Qin Fun and the others were equally horrified and saddened. They grew up and cultivated in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, and they had rarely stepped out of that place. That was why they had never come across such a perilous situation prior to this. None of them had expected that they'd be pursued by all the top cultivators in the shattered heaven one day. Pear Flower Palace can't persevere any longer. Yang Kai, on the other hand, appeared calm and collected. After all, it wasn't the first time he experienced such dangers. Since he started cultivating, he had encountered countless battles, and there were times when he almost lost his life. Just some time ago, he was put in a tight spot following the pursuit of Xia Lin Lang and the others. Therefore, he was more experienced than anyone else when it came to dealing with situations like these. With an aggrieved expression, the person replied, Lin Lang, I'm saddened by the way you look at me. Others might not know what I, Zhao Yi, want, but don't you know it very well? Without directly answering his question, Xia Lin Lang asked, Why did you call out to me if the World Spring is not what you're after? Don't tell me you want me to seek refuge in your place. There was a helpless smile on Zhao Yi's face as he said, I do want that to happen, but I know you won't come with me. Those 7th Order and 8th Order Masters had occupied Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises left behind by fallen ancient masters. In their respective territories, they could use a power that far exceeded their own. It was the case for both Xia Lin Lang and Zhao. Therefore, if she really followed him to his territory, she would be susceptible to his control. Although Zhao Yi appeared to be deeply in love with Xia Lin Lang, she had no idea what was really on his mind. Hence, she had to be cautious. That was the reason Zhao Yi knew that she wouldn't follow him back to his hideout, and he wouldn't even dare to have that wish. What do you want then? Xia Lin Lang frowned. With a solemn expression, Zhao Yi replied, I've come to an agreement with Cheng Yang. As long as you pass the World Spring to him, he'll ensure your safety. Additionally, he'll give you a Universe Paradise as compensation. Bright Flame Divine Monarch? Xia Lin Lang's expression changed upon hearing that. Judging from her expression, Yang Kai realized that this Cheng Yang must be an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It had only been a short time since he arrived in the Shattered Heaven, so he knew little about this place. However, he had heard from Su Wang that there were 8th Order Masters residing in this place, though there were only a small number of them. A person who could make Xia Lin Lang look so apprehensive must be an 8th Order Master. This time was worse as the white-robed youth directly made a move against him. Yang Kai's murderous intent was instantly ignited as he appeared ferocious and ready to fight back. He could even feel that his dragon vein was pulsating. There were no signs of them attempting to make a move beforehand, so it was obviously a sneak attack. A furious Xia Lin Lang roared, "Impudence!" She then raised her hand and pushed out her palm towards them. Although both of them appeared to be in the Sixth Order, and their combined attack was indeed powerful, they were still significantly weaker than a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Faced with the attack, both of them instantly froze. Zhao Yi's expression changed as he exclaimed, "No!" He then stood in Xia Lin Lang's way and parried the attack. Space shook as world forces clashed. Zhao Yi was forced to move backwards a long distance while Xia Lin Lang staggered slightly. It wasn't that Zhao Yi was weaker than her. If they were in a life-and-death battle, they would be equally matched. Perhaps Zhao Yi would even get the upper hand. However, since he made a move in a hurry, and he wouldn't dare to exert too much force as he was concerned about Xia Lin Lang, he suffered a setback as a result. "Are you going to stop me, Zhao Yi?" Xia Lin Lang snapped. There was a bitter expression on Zhao Yi's face as he suppressed the tremors in his small universe and said, "Lin Lang, you can't kill them because they're with Bright Flame Divine Monarch." Xia Lin Lang became startled for a moment. It was then she realized why these two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters dared to be so impudent in front of her when Zhao Yi hadn't made a move, for they were Bright Flame Divine Monarch's people. With an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master as their backer, it was expected that they had no regard for anyone in the Shattered Heaven. Moreover, the young man seems to have something to do with a certain great force in the Shattered Ruins. Zhao Yi secretly spoke. Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang was surprised. The Shattered Ruins was the deepest part of the Shattered Heaven as well as a forbidden zone. Even Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Bright Flame Divine Monarch wouldn't dare to rashly step into it. Even though it had been over 2,000 years since Xia Lin Lang arrived at the Shattered Heaven, she had never once approached the Shattered Ruins. In fact, the idea had never even crossed her mind. That was because not only was the environment in the Shattered Ruins extremely hostile, it was said that some formidable existences also resided there. It wouldn't have mattered if the white-robed youth was just a subordinate of Qingyang, but if he really had something to do with a great force from the Shattered Ruins, they all had to be wary of him. As they spoke, Yang Kai had gotten into an intense battle with the man and the woman. The blossoming pear flowers were intertwined with peach blossoms. As a golden crow was heard cawing, a great sun leaped into existence. The sea of flowers shattered while Yang Kai pushed out his spear. The woman, who was charging towards Yang Kai with a peach blossom branch in her hand, instantly felt cold all over her body. She could see the great sun expanding rapidly and almost engulfing her. Since she had been targeted specifically at such close range, there was no way she could dodge the attack. Following a shout, she extended her peach blossom branch. The great sun instantly melted the peach blossom branch away. Seeing that the woman was about to be killed by the Azure Dragon Spear, the white-robed youth dashed forward and extended 2 fingers towards Yang Kai's heart. He reckoned that he could only save the woman by launching an attack on their opponent. Without hesitation, Yang Kai swept his spear across the youth instead. The spear directly struck the white-robed youth at his waist. As a violent force burst forth, the white-robed youth sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist, which covered Yang Kai. The blood mist was extremely eerie, and even though Yang Kai had immediately pushed his world force to protect himself, he was still contaminated by it. The blood instantly melted into his body. A large dragon head abruptly appeared behind Yang Kai as it roared and shook the 9 heavens. The woman, who had just escaped from death's door, appeared beside the white-robed youth and supported his weight. Appearing to be concerned, she called out, "Young master." The white-robed youth shook his head and choked down the blood in his mouth. While staring fixedly at Yang Kai, he curved his lips into a smile. Yang Kai furrowed his brows as he felt immensely hot. While he staggered, he had the urge to transform into a half-dragon. Upon realizing that something was off, Xia Lin Lang bolted towards him and clenched his arm before shouting, "Let's go!" Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, Yang Kai looked intently at the white-robed youth. Although he wanted to kill him ruthlessly, he knew that they couldn't stay in this place any longer, for they had made quite some noise. If there were other people nearby, they would have detected it by now. He then manipulated space principles and engulfed Xia Lin Lang with them before disappearing into the distance. By the time the white-robed youth pushed out his fist, he realized that Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were nowhere to be found. Martial Peak, Chapter 4672, Cannot Escape. As space principles undulated, two figures shot towards the depths of the shattered heaven. They were none other than Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. Although he was far away from the previous battlefield, he still couldn't suppress his murderous intent and pulsating dragon vein. After he was infiltrated by the white-robed youth's blood mist, Yang Kai felt an immense force charging around in his body. As a result, he was unable to control the power of his dragon vein, and he constantly had the urge to transform into a half-dragon. While suppressing this urge, Yang Kai pushed his world force in an attempt to get rid of the strange power which had infiltrated his body. However, the power seemed to have spirituality of its own as it streamed towards his shoulder. The next instant, he felt an excruciating pain on his left shoulder as though it had been seared with a piece of heated iron. This caused Yang Kai to grunt. Fortunately, his weltering murderous intent and pulsating dragon vein finally subsided following the incident. What happened? Xia Lin Lang turned her head and asked. She already realized that something was wrong with Yang Kai the moment the white-robed youth appeared. Given the state he was in, he would have tried to hack the other party to death if she hadn't dragged him away. Certainly, given the power Yang Kai had showcased, the white-robed youth couldn't defeat him despite having a helper. Nevertheless, with Zhao Yi around, he wouldn't let Yang Kai just kill the white-robed youth. That guy was interesting, Yang Kai snorted. He then pulled down his clothes and took a glance at his left shoulder, only to see a bird-shaped mark on his skin. At first glance, the mark seemed to be alive as the bird expanded its wings. There was a tinge of derision behind its eyes. "What's this?" Xia Lin Lang exclaimed. Without responding to her, Yang Kai directly sliced the bit of his skin off his shoulder. The bird-shaped mark was instantly removed, and as he activated his power, the mark turned into dust. The flesh around his wound squirmed as it was the manifestation of the restorative power of his dragon vein and wood element power. In just more than 10 breaths of time, the flesh in his wound was restored. However, the bird-shaped mark, which was supposed to have been destroyed, appeared on his shoulder again, as though it was determined to follow him forever. Yang Kai snorted. Although he had already expected this outcome, he still felt displeased when he saw it. There was a dark expression on Xia Lin Lang's face as she asked, "Are you being tracked?" Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at her. "I'm in a perilous situation, so I suggest that you part ways with me now. Their target is the World Spring, so you don't have to stick close to me. By fleeing on your own, you'll stand a greater chance of survival." Xia Lin Lang shook her head. "It's useless even if we part ways now. Everyone in the shattered heaven is now aware that we're together. Just like you, I'm also their target." She then put on a bitter smile. "Just like you've said, we're riding the same boat now." Although her hideout was previously invaded by Grandma Jiao and the others, the situation wasn't so terrible. However, she had never expected that in just half a year, they had become the target of the shattered heaven. Regardless of how expansive this place was, there was nowhere they could settle down safely. Now, one of the options for us is to turn around and try to break through the siege. As long as we can leave the shattered heaven, we'll be safe. However, the chances are slim. If we turn around now, we'll go through countless battles. It wouldn't have mattered if our opponents were just in the 7th Order, but presently even the 8th Order masters are looking for us. If we come across them, we won't be able to fight back. Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang sighed and nodded. One of the 4 universe pillars is tempting enough for them to act. Yang Kai turned to look at her. So, we have to go to a place that is difficult even for those in the 8th order to reach. I'm not familiar with the shattered heaven. Do you have any suggestions? The bird-shaped mark on his shoulder was used for tracking, so even though he had no idea about the limit of the distance it could be followed, Yang Kai had to plan for the worst. The white-robed youth had the support of bright flame divine monarch, Xianxia, so it was unrealistic for them to hide somewhere as their opponents would find them sooner or later. If we can find a universe paradise or universe cave heaven that hasn't been discovered. Before she even finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand to interrupt her. The chances are very slim. To be honest, I've been paying attention to the surroundings along the way this whole time, but I've never discovered anything. Xia Lin Lang pressed her lips together while appearing to be hesitant. With a frown, Yang Kai said, "Nothing can be worse than the situation we're in now. Perhaps we'll be able to escape this calamity by taking a huge risk. If you have somewhere to go, tell me right away." The shattered ruins. Xia Lin Lang lifted her head and replied. Aware that Yang Kai knew nothing about this place, she took the initiative to offer an explanation. The shattered ruins is in the deepest part of the shattered heaven. It's rumored that it was the final battlefield of the Great War in ancient times. Countless high-rank open heaven realm masters lost their lives there. Therefore, many divine abilities and secret techniques left behind by the ancient great experts still linger in the void. As a result, the environment is beyond horrible. Even the 7th order and 8th order masters in the shattered heaven don't dare to step into it, and it's not just because of the divine abilities and secret techniques. There are also a lot of spirit arrays and artifacts lurking in the dark. No one can be certain to escape unscathed if they accidentally trigger one of them. Also, go on, Yang Kai urged. There are said to be many divine spirits who reside in the shattered ruins, so it has become a forbidden zone for human cultivators like us. Divine spirits? Yang Kai arched his brow. Are there any members of the dragon clan? Xia Lin Lang shook her head. I have no idea. Although I've been living in the shattered heaven for many years, I've never come across any dragon clan members before. Why are you looking for them? Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't tell her that he had a dragon clan bloodline, so he replied in a perfunctory manner, I'm just curious. It's said that dragons and phoenixes are the leaders of all divine spirits. Since an 8th order open heaven realm master had made a move while Yang Kai was unable to use instantaneous movement, it was expected that they couldn't get rid of him. Half a day later, Yang Kai lifted his head and saw a large area where lights of different colors glowed. They looked like clouds of stars hovering in the void as they spanned across billions of kilometers. Despite the extreme distance, Yang Kai still felt horrified, as a very dangerous aura wafted from the multicolored lights. That's the shattered ruins. Xia Lin Lang fell into a dazed state as well. Those lights are supposedly divine abilities left behind by the ancient great experts. As she spoke, she felt her lips drying as she gazed at Yang Kai and asked, Are we really going in? She felt a great sense of danger before even approaching the shattered ruins, so who knew what would befall them if they really got into it? Do we have a choice now? Yang Kai snorted. While looking forward, his gaze was firm and determined. Xia Lin Lang put on a bitter smile. Xianxia was getting close, and unless they were willing to let Xianxia have the final say on their life or death, they would have to keep moving forward. Upon realizing their intention, Xianxia wore a dark expression as he used his power to amplify his voice. The environment in the shattered ruins is extremely hostile. Even this monarch can't be certain he will be able to enter and exit it alive, let alone you too. If you go into the shattered ruins, death will be certain. Before they even entered the shattered ruins, they already felt a very dangerous aura wafting from it, but it wasn't until they actually entered that they got a real taste of it. They couldn't help wondering just how many divine abilities and secret techniques had been left behind in this damned place. Just like the astral wind divine ability that Yang Kai had come across in the past, These eerie divine abilities and secret techniques had existed for countless years. Although they were not as terrifying as the astral wind divine ability, there seemed to be an infinite number of them. Before their entry, these divine abilities and secret techniques had remained dormant. Nevertheless, as they moved forward, they seemed to have been triggered by their life auras and attacked. These divine abilities and secret techniques had come to life following a long time of stillness, and every one was equivalent to an all-out attack from an average sixth-order master. They were still so powerful even though countless years had passed, so it was imaginable that they were even more destructive when they were at the peak of their powers in the past. These attacks probably had the force of an 8th-order open heaven realm master when they were first created. The two of them seemed to have fallen into a place full of traps, and wherever they went, they would trigger these traps. They wouldn't dare to stop, nor could they do so. Once they did, they would be doomed. Fortunately, there was a short delay before these divine abilities sprung to life, hence, there was some time for them to keep fleeing. Bright Sun Divine Monarch, who was chasing after them, suffered in their stead. The divine abilities and secret techniques triggered by Yang Kai and Xia Linlang actually all came right at him instead. He was basically cleaning up the mess for the two of them, and upon realizing this, Qing Yang became increasingly incensed. If he hadn't barged into this place, these divine abilities would have targeted Yang Kai and Xia Linlang. However, since he wasn't willing to give up on the World Spring, he had followed them and was now being peppered with the attacks meant for the ones he was pursuing. Although it wasn't hard for him to deal with divine abilities and secret techniques that were equivalent to attacks from 6th-order open heaven realm masters, he was certainly annoyed by them. As he charged forward, he wielded his fists madly and shattered all those divine abilities and secret techniques. Tremors could be felt coming from behind, and Yang Kai certainly knew that those were the noises that Qing Yang was making. At this moment, he wasn't in the mood to take pleasure in the other party's misfortune though. Instead, he was growing more and more apprehensive. He had heard from Xia Linlang that the Shattered Ruins was extremely dangerous, but it wasn't until he barged into this place that he understood just what she meant. It never crossed his mind that the inside of the Shattered Ruins would look like this. While Qing Yang was in a dilemma, it was the same case for Xia Linlang and Yang Kai. They didn't dare to stop for an instant, for if they did, all the nearby divine abilities and secret techniques would fly at them. Bright Flame Divine Monarch was powerful, so he could easily deal with this barrage of divine abilities and secret techniques, but Yang Kai and Xia Linlang definitely couldn't do that. After all, they were injured after they were attacked by Qing Yang earlier. Do divine spirits really live here? Yang Kai was doubtful. Although the divine spirits were formidable, with every mature divine spirit being as powerful as a high-rank open heaven realm master, they shouldn't be able to survive in such a hostile environment. It's just a rumor. I've never come here before, Xia Linlang shook her head. Then Yang Kai stopped thinking about it. Regardless of whether there were any divine spirits in this place, the lives of Xia Linlang and him were truly hanging by a thread. Yang Kai, if I pass away, Qin Fun and the others. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai cut her off by saying, if you die, do you think I'll be able to survive? Xia Linlang was lost for words. After giving it a thought, she realized that if she, a 7th-order open heaven realm master, was killed, there was no way Yang Kai could keep his life. Space principles were not useful in a place like this, for if he used instantaneous movement, he might directly fall into some kind of mortal danger. Stop thinking about it. I've experienced countless life and death moments like this since I began cultivating, and I've nearly lost my life many times. Although the situation now is terrible, it's not without hope. We can survive this as long as we don't give up. I hope so, Xia Linlang replied in a dejected manner. They continued moving forward, but although they had already fled before most of the divine abilities and secret techniques could attack them, there were still a small number they were unable to dodge. In times like these, they could only parry the attacks, and as time passed, they consumed more and more energy. A few days later, Yang Kai and Xia Linlang both sported solemn expressions. That was because as they went deeper into the Shattered Ruins, the dormant divine abilities and secret techniques became increasingly powerful. Half a day ago, they triggered a divine ability that was equivalent to the full-powered attack of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, and as time passed, they encountered more and more divine abilities of such strength. As they went further, the divine abilities became more formidable. When the divine abilities struck at them from time to time, they had no choice but to resolve them. As a result, they felt immensely pressured. After another half a day, all the divine abilities they came across were now basically on par with 7th-order Open Heaven Realm attacks. Xia Lin Lang had to exert her full strength now to deal with them. Fortunately, Yang Kai wasn't an ordinary 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so by working together, they could temporarily ensure their own safety. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that after the divine abilities were triggered, they still had some time to flee, otherwise, they would have lost their lives from exhaustion within an hour at most. Instead of subsiding, however, the noise behind them became louder and nearer. It was apparent that Qing Yang was still relentlessly chasing them. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire the man's determination and the 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master's power. While he and Xia Lin Lang only had to deal with a few divine abilities from time to time, Qing Yang basically plowed through a full barrage to get to them. The divine abilities and secret techniques that had been triggered by them were all resolved by him. Since he was an expert in the Tao of space, he was sensitive to this kind of power. The fluctuations of space principles were as conspicuous to him as a candlelight in the darkness. "This way," Yang Kai said and changed his direction. Although he had no idea what was ahead of them, he understood that these space principles' fluctuations were unusually strong. Things couldn't get worse anyway, as they were basically trying to claw their way out from death's door. They might stand a chance to survive if they went over, which was better than waiting for certain death here. Another incense stick later, even more divine abilities and secret techniques had been triggered by the fleeing pair, and the tail of multicolored light behind them had only grown more intense. Suddenly, there came a moment when Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked dazedly forward. In the meantime, Xia Lin Lang covered her lips with her hands. There were no colorful lights in the void in front of them. However, the area did look just like a broken mirror as fragments of space floated about in a disorderly manner. Among the fragments was a particularly conspicuous void crack that exuded the strong aura of nothingness. The traces of this space technique made Yang Kai's eyes brighten. When he detected the dormant divine abilities and secret techniques in the shattered ruins earlier, Yang Kai considered the possibility of there being space secret techniques hidden among them. However, he hadn't come across any along the way, which made him feel disappointed. It never crossed his mind that there was really a space secret technique that was hidden in the deepest part of the shattered ruins. Nonetheless, judging from the sight before his eyes, Yang Kai knew that this shattered space was indeed caused by an ancient space secret technique, and one that had already fully exploded. The shattered void was the best proof of this. The emotions in Yang Kai's heart undulated. There was someone in ancient times who had also been an expert in the Tao of space, and that master's mastery of it was far greater than his own. That was because the damage caused by the space secret technique still hadn't been repaired by the local world principles. The void still looked like a broken mirror. Therefore, the danger that was ahead of them in the void wasn't the space secret technique that was left behind, but the shattered void caused by the divine ability. If they were not careful, they would fall into a void crack upon entering it and never be able to find their way out. Usually, Yang Kai wouldn't take such a huge risk. At the very least, he would observe it from the outside and try to comprehend the secrets of the space secret technique that had been left behind. However, at this moment, they were pursued by a barrage of divine abilities powerful enough to vaporize them, so there wasn't enough time for him to comprehend anything. He didn't even have time to hesitate as he took Xia Lin Lang's hand and plunged into the nearest space fragment. Xia Lin Lang instinctively tried to resist as she was apparently aware of the danger ahead. However, she soon calmed down and let Yang Kai drag her away. The next instant, they entered the nearest space fragment together. A slight tremor could be felt coming at them, and it suddenly felt as though they had moved through a space array. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he realized that he was in the deepest part of a space fragment. What shocked him was that Xia Lin Lang was no longer beside him. The turn of events astounded him. All this time, as they were fleeing, the two of them had tied their auras together to ensure they weren't separated, and they were even holding hands just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, Xia Lin Lang had vanished from his side. Yang Kai then hurriedly looked around and soon found her in a space fragment that was several hundred kilometers away. It was obvious that she could see him as well, though she appeared quite helpless. Before Yang Kai could say anything to her, they turned their heads at the same time and looked in the same direction. In that direction, the divine abilities and secret techniques of different colors had formed into a torrent that gushed towards them. Yang Kai could instantly recognize that the torrent consisted of the divine abilities that had locked onto their life auras and followed him to this place. The torrent soon streamed into a familiar-looking space fragment and disappeared. Yang Kai batted his eyes as he could recognize that the space fragment was the one that he and Xia Lin Lang had initially passed through. For some reason though, upon entering that space fragment, all the divine abilities and secret techniques were sent to different space fragments. It seemed that was also the reason he and Xia Lin Lang were separated. Before he could figure out what exactly had transpired, Yang Kai saw the various divine abilities exploding in the space fragments around him. The multicolored lights appeared and disappeared in the space fragments repeatedly. The sight of it caused Yang Kai to be drenched in a cold sweat. He couldn't really feel the explosive powers of those divine abilities since they were exploding in separate spaces. However, by judging from what he could see, Yang Kai was certain that there would have been nothing left of him and Xia Lin Lang if had they been struck by them. Fortunately, just a moment later, the lights of these divine abilities slowly subsided and disappeared. The crisis was resolved just like that. However, they fell into an even more complicated crisis the next instant. Xia Lin Lang apparently wanted to return to Yang Kai's side. After all, she felt insecure since she was all alone in this shattered space. Nevertheless, as soon as she moved, she disappeared from the space fragment she was in, and when she reappeared, she was already in a totally different space fragment that was even further away. This caused her to fall into a dazed state. "Stop moving!" Yang Kai shouted in all directions with his divine sense, and fortunately, it seemed to reach her. Xia Lin Lang nodded gently and remained unmoving in the same spot. Yang Kai then looked around. He still hadn't realized it while he was outside earlier, but upon entering this place, he could finally see that the space in this area was severely shattered, and a huge amount of space fragments had been formed. He could see that there were more than 10,000 space fragments in his immediate surroundings, and he was certain there were even more in the distance he could not perceive. As he recalled the sight of the divine abilities exploding and what happened to Xia Lin Lang earlier, Yang Kai formed a speculation in his mind. It seemed that she was lucky enough to not be struck by any divine abilities. She also remembered Yang Kai's advice, which was why she remained in the same spot and waited for him to find her. Upon meeting her, Yang Kai nodded. "We're safe for now. Let's restore our energy first and think about how to leave this place later." Certainly, Xia Lin Lang wouldn't object to it. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Bright Flame Divine Monarch wouldn't be able to easily leave this damned place, not to mention that she was just a 7th Order Master. Only Yang Kai, who was an expert in the Tao of Space, had a chance to find a way out of here. If she wanted to escape, she had to rely on him. They then sat down with their legs crossed and gulped down some spirit pills. Just a moment later, the towering figure of Xianxia appeared in a fragment that wasn't far away. When he saw Yang Kai, he put on a grin. However, since he had suffered a setback earlier, and he had realized the strangeness of this place, he didn't immediately rush over like he had done moments ago. Instead, he stared fixedly at Yang Kai with a pair of cold-looking eyes. Noticing the other man's presence, Xianxia opened his eyes and sneered, "It seems that you're eager to eat me alive, divine monarch." Qingyang snorted, "If you had the guts to speak to me like this outside, you would have been dead by now." Xianxia picked his ear and replied with a smile, "I'm glad you know we're not outside, divine monarch. If I had come across you outside of this place, I would have run as far away as possible. That was what happened before. If it weren't because of you, I wouldn't have been trapped in this place. Unfortunately, you've also fallen into this place. It won't be easy to leave here, and I'm worried that we'll have to stay here forever." He shook his head as though he felt sorry for the other man. Qingyang said, "Although this place is strange and constantly changing, it might not necessarily be able to trap me. After I comprehend the abstrusity of this place, I'll make life a living hell for you." Xianxia cupped his fist, "Please work hard then, divine monarch. I'll wait for you here." Qingyang snorted and stopped bickering with him. He then sat down with his legs crossed. While restoring his energy, he gazed at Xia Lin Lang and said, "Xia girl, even though you're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, you're incapable of keeping the world spring. Zhao Yi had offered you a way out, but you turned down his kindness. All his efforts have been wasted." Xia Lin Lang pressed her lips together for a moment, then replied, "This mistress is eternally grateful to Zhao Yi for lending me a hand in the past. However, I have my own considerations when it comes to the world spring." Qingyang said, "It's not easy to keep a low profile and remain hidden in the shattered heaven. Even if you manage to survive this calamity, you'll never have any peaceful days again. I heard that your universe cave heaven has been destroyed." Xia Lin Lang fell silent. "If you can help this monarch obtain the world spring, I am willing to forget everything that has happened. Additionally, I'll ensure your safety in the shattered heaven." Xia Lin Lang shook her head, "The world spring is not with me. I'm afraid I'm unable to help you." Qingyang didn't force her, but while staring fixedly at her, he still said, "That's all I have to say. Consider my offer." He then closed his eyes and focused on recuperating. On the other hand, even though Xianxia was aware that they were having a conversation, he couldn't find out what they were talking about in this strange place. Upon seeing that, Xia Lin Lang put on a helpless smile. She wasn't an inexperienced young girl, so she knew that by deliberately persuading her, Qingyang was trying to plant a seed of doubt in Xianxia's mind. Since Xianxia had no idea what they were talking about, he might grow suspicious of her. However, it was pointless to explain anything at this point as it might lead to the opposite of the desired outcome, so she chose to remain silent. At that moment, while staying in their respective space fragments, the trio did their best to restore their strength. Nevertheless, just like Xianxia had said, even though they seemed to be near each other, they might actually be separated by a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers as the space around here was in chaos. They had to rely on Xianxia's mastery over the Tao of space in order to leave this place. If Xianxia could figure out the secrets of the divine ability that had caused this environment to form, he may be able to find some kind of order in this chaos which could allow them to escape. In other words, one day in the outside world would be equivalent to 2 days in his small universe, while 1 year in the outside world would be 2 years in his small universe. This kind of transformation wouldn't affect him much, but it had a huge impact on the residents living in his small universe. The accelerated flow of time wouldn't shorten the lives of the people in the small universe because their perception of time had not changed. It was only different when compared to the outside world. The purpose of raising living beings in a cultivator's small universe was to help with their cultivation. It took an open heaven realm master a painfully long time to make it to the next order, but the growth and multiplication of living beings in their small universe would nurture auspicious spirit essence and continuously increase their heritage. Even if the open heaven realm master never cultivated, this increase wouldn't stop. Since the passage of time had accelerated in Xianxia's small universe, it meant that he would get even more benefits in the future. He just decided to give it a try, so it surprised him greatly that he actually succeeded. It could be said to be a pleasant surprise. However, this could only be achieved once a cultivator reached a certain level of mastery in the Tao of Time, which was touted to be a power that was even harder to cultivate than the Tao of Space. Rarely anyone in the world could make it to the 6th level of mastery in the Tao of Time like what Yang Kai had done. Yang Kai reckoned that Yang Xiao and Yang Shui would be able to achieve this in the future. After all, they were the legacy disciples of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Unfortunately, given his mastery over the Tao of Time now, he could only make the passage of time in his small universe 2 times faster than the outside world. Perhaps when he had a better understanding of the Tao of Time in the future, he would be able to accelerate this further. Yang Kai would gain immense benefits by doing so, and with his mastery over the Tao of Time, there seemed to not be any price to pay. In that case, not only could he gain some benefits through the living beings in his body, but the residents could also grow faster by having their cultivation time halved compared to the outside world. Yang Kai then went on to observe his small universe for 10 more days. Upon making sure that the acceleration of the passage of time wouldn't affect the residents in any negative way, he returned his focus to the outside world. Looking up, he saw a bored Xia Lin Lang darting her gaze around. As their eyes met, they nodded at each other. Presently, Qing Yang was seated with his legs crossed, as though he was trying to figure out the abstrusity in this place. A myriad of expressions came over him. Yang Kai sneered at the sight. Given Bright Sun Divine Monarch's powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he would be treated as an honorable ancestor in the outside world if he were from one of the cave heavens and paradises. However, since he knew nothing about the Tao of Space, he wouldn't be able to comprehend anything here even if he spent thousands of years trying to do so. However, his thinking was right. The space in this place was in chaos, and there were no regular patterns to speak of. Since it was caused by a secret technique from an ancient great expert, they would only stand a chance to leave this place by figuring out the secret behind that secret technique and understanding the connection between the space fragments. It was hard for Yang Kai to imagine the level of mastery the ancient great expert, who had cast this divine ability, had reached in the Tao of Space. Even though countless years had passed, the effects caused by this divine ability could still resist the self-repair of the world principles. After spending 20 years in the universe temples trying to figure out the secret behind the grand array there, Yang Kai managed to reach the 8th level of mastery in the Tao of Space. However, he knew he couldn't achieve what he saw before his eyes. Perhaps only by reaching the final level, shocking history and amazing the present, in his mastery over the Tao of Space, coupled with the power of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, would he stand a chance to be as powerful as the great expert who did this in ancient times. Yang Kai thus sat down with his legs crossed and emptied his mind in an attempt to comprehend the secret of the space secret technique left behind in this place. In the blink of an eye, 10 years, 20 years, and then 30 years had gone by. Yang Kai initially thought that it would only take him a few years before he could leave this place. However, in reality, 30 years had passed, but he still hadn't fully understood the connection between the space fragments. Although he wasn't completely clueless like before, he was still far from being able to leave this place. As he had a better understanding of it now, he increasingly felt that the great expert who had cast this space secret technique was truly amazing. Fortunately, even though 30 years seemed like a long time, it was just a blink of an eye for an open heaven realm master given their extremely long lifespan. Yang Kai, Xia Lin Lang, and Qing Yang were all calm and collected as they were not in a rush at all. This was especially true for Qing Yang. Since he started attempting to comprehend the secret in this place, he had remained seated there with his legs crossed without moving a muscle. It was as though he was dead. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang knew that she could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai, so she stopped wasting time trying to escape and simply spent her time cultivating. Sometimes, she would move around the space fragments in the hope of discovering something. However, it wasn't certain when she would return every time since she had no control over the direction she would be heading. When she was lucky sometimes, she would reappear in Yang Kai's sight a few days later. However, when she was unlucky, she would disappear for a few months. With that said, while she was unable to leave this place, There wasn't really any danger lurking in the dark. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's divine sense manifested in his small universe again. In the past 30 years, he hadn't only attempted to comprehend the secrets of this place. If that was everything he did, he would have exhausted himself and possibly even made errors in judgment and understanding. He believed that he should get some rest from time to time. The best way for him to have some rest was to appear in his small universe through the manifestation of his divine sense and wander around. Presently, the tables had been fully occupied while there were some people who squatted down on the side as they drank the soup from the bowls and munched on the roasted sweet rice dumplings. The last time Yang Kai arrived at this place with the wood spirits, they stayed the night in Grandma's house. Grandma was single with no children of her own. At that time, she served them 2 sweet rice dumplings. Mu Lu was fond of the taste of the sweet rice dumplings, and she had never forgotten about it over the years. Many years had passed, and while the village had turned into a town, Grandma had also set up a stall here. After they waited for a moment, it was then Yang Kai's turn. The soup costs 1 coin a bowl, and the dumplings are also 1 coin each. What do you want, young lad? Grandma asked. I'll have 1 bowl of soup and 10 dumplings, Yang Kai replied with a smile. Grandma took a glance at him. I suppose you're a big eater, young lad. Are you sure you can finish 10 dumplings? They're made from glutinous rice, so you'll get really full. Yang Kai patted his stomach with a smile. Don't worry, Grandma. I'm indeed a big eater. Grandma nodded. While she was busy preparing the order, she asked, Have I seen you before, young lad? You look familiar to me. Yang Kai went over to help her with preparing the food and said with a grin, Have you forgotten about me, Grandma? When I arrived at this place 6 years ago, it was you who let me stay in your house and made 2 dumplings for me. Upon recalling the memory, Grandma replied, Now that you've mentioned it, I do remember you. Yes, it's me. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Your dumplings were delicious. I've always remembered the taste over the years. Since I was passing by this place, I decided to look for you. Grandma teased him by saying, It seems that you didn't have enough food that night. Yang Kai replied with a grin, My appetite has grown bigger in recent years. Grandma shook her head and fell silent. Despite her sluggishness, she meticulously roasted the sweet rice dumplings. Catching a whiff of the fragrant smell, Mu Lu batted her eyes and drooled over the food. Your dumplings are not only big and affordable, but they're also quite flavorful. You should sell them for 3 coins each, Yang Kai said with a smile. Grandma shook her head. Everything I have is thanks to the Lord for having mercy on me. I should have passed away more than 10 years ago, so I'm already content that I've lived to this day. Moreover, I don't have any children, so what's the point of having more money? The crop yields have been excellent in recent years, and everything is going well for me. I have no other wishes. I just hope that before I pass away, I'll let more people have a taste of the food I prepare. The Lord she was talking about was Yang Kai. Given his vision, he naturally could see that Grandma was being completely sincere. Just like she had said, her days were numbered. She had never cultivated after all, and her vitality was starting to become exhausted. Perhaps she was aware of it. Grandma! A gentle voice suddenly called out. When Yang Kai turned his head, he saw a woman, who was clad in simple clothes, standing not far away from him. The woman looked like she was in her early 20s, and her hair had been tied into a neat bun. Nevertheless, her face was a little sallow. Despite her rather rough skin, she was actually a beauty. The simple clothes didn't weaken her charm one bit. Instead, the clothes gave her a free and refreshing look. The woman hung her head low. She seemed to notice that Yang Kai was staring at her, so she was slightly anxious. What attracted Yang Kai wasn't her face though, but her belly. The woman was apparently pregnant. Yang Kai didn't have to scan her to know there was a faint vitality wafting from her belly. While he stared fixedly at her bulging belly, he seemed to have sensed something at that moment. His stare made the woman feel increasingly uneasy though. Upon that realization, Yang Kai hurriedly retracted his gaze and chugged down the soup in front of him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4678, About to Give Birth. You're here, little girl. Wait a moment. Grandma apparently knew this young woman. As she got up with difficulty, she picked up a bag from the side and passed it to her. There were about 7 to 8 sweet rice dumplings inside the bag. The woman hurriedly waved her hands. I don't need so many sweet rice dumplings. Ignoring her protest, Grandma stuffed the bag into her hands and patted the back of her hands. Just take it. Don't be overly polite with me. Moreover, everyone has gone to 7 Stars sect, so I can't sell all the dumplings anyways. They'll turn sour after one night. Since you're pregnant, you're supposed to have more food so that your child will grow to be healthy. The woman hung her head low and pressed her lips together while her eyes turned slightly red. Eventually, she simply bowed to the older woman and thanked her before leaving in a hurry. Watching her leave, Grandma let out a sigh. She's such a poor girl. Pretending to be nonchalant, Yang Kai asked, Are there still people who don't have enough food on the table now? Grandma took a seat and replied, Not really. You're still young, so you might not know what had happened in the past. This continent is already much better than the previous one us older people resided in once. As long as one is able-bodied, they won't find it hard to get enough to eat. Initially, she and her husband had a restaurant and their business was booming. However, a few months ago, he got drunk and fell down the stairs. He passed away just like that. Since she's pregnant, it's hard for her to work. She has also used up her savings, which is why she can't get enough food for herself. Yang Kai nodded. You're indeed a kind-hearted person, Grandma. Grandma put on a smile. Since we live in the same town, we're supposed to help each other out. I initially wanted her to come to my place, but you've seen her face. It's not suitable for her to do business like me. Her beauty might attract some unwanted attention. There are indeed some ill-intentioned people out there. Yang Kai fully understood that. After finishing his soup, Yang Kai put down 11 coins and said, I'm going to 7 Stars sect now, Grandma. Go ahead. I suppose the disciple recruitment has started. There must be a lot of people over there. If I were only 70 or 80 years younger, I would have gone over to take a look. Grandma waved her hand, then gave him some advice. Don't feel too dejected even if you're not accepted. Things are really different now. As long as you're hardworking, you won't starve to death. Yang Kai replied with a smile, If I'm not accepted, I'll help you sell rice dumplings here. That's great. I can pass on all my skills to you. Of course, it'd be wonderful if you're accepted. Your life will be more valuable than ordinary people like us if you have a right to cultivate. There were indeed many people who had taken part in the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect as the area outside the entrance was crammed. Their requirements for accepting disciples were neither strict nor loose. However, they were adamant about accepting only young people. Yang Kai decided to take part in the recruitment for fun, and as expected, he was knocked out during the registration process. This couldn't be helped, as he was too old to be accepted. The device used to examine the age of his bones revealed that he was already 27 years old. With that said, if he had powerful cultivation, those from the 7 Stars sect might still take him on. However, the cultivation he had showcased was only in the true element boundary. Certainly, those from 7 Stars sect wouldn't take on a person who was relatively old and weak. In the evening, Yang Kai returned to the town. Grandma wasn't surprised one bit when she saw him, as she consoled him by saying that he wouldn't starve to death as long as he worked hard. He just had to help her out with selling rice dumplings and pass on her craft to future generations. In response, Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. As the sun sunk over the horizon, Yang Kai pushed the cart, which had all the tools needed to make rice dumplings, and shuffled towards the east of the town alongside Grandma. This was where the old village was located, but it had been merged with the town following an expansion project. However, this place appeared to be in a dilapidated state, so it looked somewhat like a slum outside Seven Stars Town. Yang Kai then took out all the things from the cart before getting some clean water from the well to wash them up. To the side, Grandma looked smilingly at him and said, "You'll always have enough food since you're a good worker." Since that day, a young man had started helping out with selling sweet rice dumplings at a particular stall in Seven Stars Town. In the morning, Yang Kai would push the cart to the stall to sell affordable soup and rice dumplings alongside Grandma. In the evening, she would teach him how to make these simple foods. Their business was doing well as they could earn a profit of 20 to 30 coins per day. The pregnant woman lived in a house that wasn't far from Grandma's place. Sometimes, Grandma would tell him to send the unsold rice dumplings to her in the evening. When Yang Kai knocked on her door for the first time, the woman didn't dare to open it. Left with no choice, he put down the bag full of rice dumplings just outside and left. After a few times, the young woman became less wary of Yang Kai, especially when she saw the man selling rice dumplings alongside Grandma. However, she still wouldn't dare to talk to him. Every time Yang Kai arrived at her place, she would cautiously take the bag and thank him. He heard from Grandma that the woman was named Yu Lu. The reason Yang Kai turned his divine sense into an avatar and traveled across his small universe was to relax and unwind. Usually, he would return to the outside world after 10 days to half a month. However, when he came across Yu Lu, he had to change his plan. His divine sense avatar was never retracted, but his true body had not been complacent either. He was still trying to comprehend the secrets of the shattered space. Nevertheless, his progress had been slow over the past 30 years, so he wasn't even sure how long it would take him to fully comprehend the secrets of the space secret technique. He wasn't in a hurry though, as he wouldn't run into any danger in the shattered space. The matter in his small universe required his attention as well. It could be said that Yu Lu came as a pleasant surprise to him. Grandma was an experienced woman, however, so she soon came to her senses. The due date is not for another 10 days. I guess the little one is eager to come out after sensing the fright you just went through. Young boy, go to the west of the town and tell the midwife to come over. I already told her about it some time ago. Just say that it's me who invited her to come. Remember to give her a red envelope. Yang Kai replied and turned around before dashing into the rain. Yu Lu yelled from behind, "Umbrella!" However, Yang Kai was already nowhere to be seen. "You'd better come into the room and lie down." Grandma supported Yu Lu's weight as they shuffled into the room. After Yu Lu was settled down, she started appearing to be in pain. It was apparent that her belly was aching. After placating her in a gentle voice, Grandma hurriedly left to boil some water and get the things needed to deliver a child ready. In the west of the town, Yang Kai arrived at a house and rapidly knocked on the door. He was both anxious and flustered. Since he started cultivating, he had encountered countless life and death battles, but he had always managed to pull through even if his life was hanging by a thread. However, he had never witnessed a woman give birth before. He was adept at killing, but he was a complete novice when it came to the birth of a new life. Although he had accidentally hatched Xianxia out of a dragon egg, he knew that it was very different from childbirth. If Grandma had not been there to give him instructions, he wouldn't have known what to do. Given the fact that he was the owner of this small universe, and that he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to help a woman deliver a child in this place. However, he reckoned that a woman and a man who were not married were not supposed to come into such close contact. Furthermore, he came to realize that Yu Lu took her modesty and virtue seriously, so she definitely wouldn't want that to happen. Hence, after receiving the order from Grandma, he rushed over to the west of the town without hesitation. It never crossed his mind that a woman had to go through so much agony to give birth to a child, which made him realize the fragility of life and how hard it was to bring a new life into the world. "Young boy, boil some water." Grandma Zhou ordered from the back of the house. Yang Kai grunted in response and went to the kitchen to boil some water. An incense stick later, Grandma repeatedly took out a basin of bloodied water from the room and poured it into the ditch. On the other hand, Yu Lu's voice gradually weakened. Just then, the midwife was heard saying, "There's nothing else I can do, Grandma Zhou." For a pregnant woman, it's no different from heading towards death's door when she's having difficulty giving birth and bleeding excessively, yet Lady Yu is struck with both. Even a deity can't save her now. "Can't you think of anything else to help her?" Grandma asked anxiously. The midwife replied, "What else can I do? Lady Yu might stand a chance to survive if we can invite a great expert from 7-Star Sect over, but now, all I can say is that I can only try my best to save the child. 7-Star Sect is too far from here. There isn't enough time." Grandma shook her head inside the room. Her turbid eyes appeared dejected. Save my child." Yu Lu's voice was intermittent. Outside the room, Yang Kai ordered in a small voice, "Mu Zhu, Mu Lu, go in to help her and stabilize her vitality." Upon hearing that, the two worried wood spirits, who had been sitting on his shoulders, instantly flapped their wings and dashed into the room in silence. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, a large amount of vitality in the small universe streamed into the room. An hour later, a baby was heard crying so loudly that it was as though everyone in the world could hear it. In the meantime, a strange phenomenon took place in the sky as the moonlight converged and beamed into Yu Lu's room. The entire world seemed to be shaking. However, with the interference from Yang Kai, no one else could notice the strange phenomenon other than himself. She successfully gave birth to the child. The midwife sounded pleasantly surprised while Grandma let out a breath of relief. Right then, Mu Lu flew out of the room in silence. Her reddened eyes suggested that she was deeply moved by the incident inside the room. She nodded at Yang Kai to mean that everything was fine, then returned to the room. The people inside the room were still very busy. A moment later, the midwife shuffled out while giving some instructions to Grandma Zhou. "Don't let her come into contact with water and wind for a month. She's lucky enough to have escaped from death once, but if she doesn't take good care of herself, she might be struck with health concerns." Grandma replied with a smile, "Although I've never given birth to a child before, I'm aware of the precautions we should take. Many thanks for saving her." Although he intended to take on this child to be his disciple, they were not related in any way after all. Hence, he didn't think he had a right to name him. Grandma Zhou pointed at the back room and explained, "It's Lady Yu's idea. She doesn't know how to name a child, nor do I. The child's father suddenly passed away in an accident, and he hadn't said anything about it before his death. So you'll have to do it. It seems that you did go to school before. Just help her out with it." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai stopped turning her down. After giving it a thought, he said, "The child was born at the break of dawn while the sun was rising from the east. Why don't I name him Yi Bai? Since his surname is Zhao, he'll be Zhao Yi Bai." He spoke in a loud voice so that Yu Lu could hear him in the room. Grandma nodded her head. "The break of dawn signifies the end of hardship. It's an auspicious name. What do you think, Lady Yu?" Yu Lu's weakened voice was heard saying, "It's decided, then. Many thanks, Big Brother Yang." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It's not really a good name. I hope he won't blame me for that when he grows up." Yu Lu said, "I'm sure he won't." Grandma took the child from Yang Kai. "The child is still young, so he can't stay outside of the house for too long. I'll take him back to the room." "I'll cook the fish then." Yang Kai then picked up his catch and walked to the kitchen. All of them were clad in white clothing that suggested that they were from 7-Star Sect. They looked like pure snow lotuses. Admiration and yearning were written all over Zhao Yibai's face. "When I become a disciple of 7-Star Sect, I can wear such clothing as well." He then said to Zhao Ye, You'll be just as beautiful as them when you grow up, Xiaoya. While munching on the sweet rice dumpling, Xiaoya gently nodded. When I grow up, I'll marry you, big brother Yi Bai. Hearing that, Zhao Yi Bai started coughing violently as the sweet rice dumpling got stuck in his throat. He almost suffocated as a result. He then extended his hand and sought help from Yang Kai. Give me some soup, Uncle Yang. Take it slow. Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. After passing the young boy a bowl of soup, he patted the latter's back. After the two little ones were done with the food, Yang Kai stroked the young boy's head and said, It's getting late, so you should head home now. Don't worry your mother. Zhao Yi Bai rose from the chair and beckoned to Xiaoya. The little ones then snuck into the crowd and disappeared. A short while later, Yang Kai cleaned up the stall and wheeled his cart home. Since 2 years ago, he started selling sweet rice dumplings on his own. Grandma Zhou was old after all, so she couldn't really work too hard. That was the reason Yang Kai told her to stay home and let him handle the stall. However, what made Grandma Zhou feel odd was that as time passed, she felt more energetic than before instead of getting weaker. She initially thought that her end would soon come, but it now seemed that she could live for another 10 years with ease. On the other hand, Grandma Zhou was very pleased with Yang Kai. The only complaint she had was that Yang Kai had never returned to his own home over the past few years. She was concerned about the wives he had in his hometown. After all, many things could happen when a husband was not around for such a long time. Initially, Grandma Zhou would persuade Yang Kai to go home to have a look. If he wasn't willing to leave his wives there, he could bring them over. 7 Stars Town was bustling with people, and their sweet rice dumpling business was doing well. He could definitely provide for all his wives. However, since Yang Kai wouldn't listen to her no matter how many times she brought the issue up, she stopped persuading him. Subconsciously, she thought that Yang Kai was just lying back then when he said that he had several wives. Otherwise, a man couldn't possibly leave his women in his hometown and ignore them. He didn't seem like an irresponsible man after all. When Yang Kai returned home, Grandma had already prepared a meal for him. She also took out a pot of fish soup and said, Send it to Lady Yu. The kids are still growing, and it's hard enough for her to raise them. Even if Yang Kai were an arrogant and unfriendly man, they wouldn't have turned him down, not to mention that he was actually quite amiable. It made a huge difference to have an Emperor Realm Master around, as their heritage would instantly increase. They wouldn't mind paying a steep price to make this happen. Many thanks then, Sect Master. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shang Guanji measured his words before saying, It is our honor that Senior has decided to join 7 Stars sect. Given your cultivation, how does assuming the post of ancestor sound? Yang Kai didn't turn him down. Since he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was more than qualified to become the ancestor of a small sect that didn't even have an Emperor Realm Master. He thus nodded, good. At that instant, Shang Guanji and the others rose from the chairs and cupped their fists in salute. Greetings, Ancestor. Yang Kai said, I shall humbly accept the position of Ancestor of 7 Stars sect. Since this is a joyous occasion, I shall deliver you a small gift. He then extended his hand and pointed at the front. When they looked up, they felt as though his finger had gently landed on their foreheads. Following that, a gentle force streamed into their bodies through their glabellas. They instantly felt warmth all over their bodies as their source qi began circulating smoother. Besides that, after the gentle force entered their bodies, countless ideas started flashing through their minds as they were suddenly able to comprehend things that they couldn't in the past. One elder in particular, who had been stuck in the First Order Dao Source realm for many years, suddenly shook as he instantly achieved a breakthrough to the Second Order Dao Source realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 4682, Disciple Recruitment. By just extending his finger, Yang Kai had helped this old man achieve a breakthrough to the second-order Dao Source realm. Such a strange incident was absolutely unheard of. The people in the main hall became even more respectful of him, while the elder in question bent his back so low he nearly fell over as he said in a shaking voice, "Many thanks for this enormous grace, ancestor." His aptitude was not particularly outstanding and he was pretty old now. Initially, he thought that the first-order Dao Source realm would be the limit in his lifetime, with no way he could improve further. Hence, it came as a total shock to have achieved a breakthrough to the second order. He even had a feeling that if he worked hard, he might stand a chance to make it to the third order. To him, such a favor was no different from being granted a second life, and all the others were naturally envious of him. "It's all thanks to your accumulation over the years. I only stimulated your potential a little." Yang Kai put on a smile, then gazed at Shang Guanji, "Sect Master, please keep it a secret that I've become the ancestor of 7 Stars Sect." Shang Guanji became startled upon hearing that. Although he didn't understand the reason behind it, he still nodded respectfully, "Don't worry, ancestor. Only the people in this hall will be aware of it. No one else will find out." He couldn't help but think that it was such a shame. Initially, he intended to launch a public campaign to inform everyone that there was now an ancestor in 7 Stars Sect. Once word spread, the sect would be considered first class, which would allow them to be regarded as important in the Void Continent. However, since the new ancestor had decided to keep his presence a secret, he could only obey his order. Since it was very late now, Shang Guanji told a female elder with an hourglass figure to lead Yang Kai to a spirit peak. He had somewhat figured out the temperament of this new ancestor, who preferred peace and quiet over fanfare and glory. Therefore, he decided to let him stay on the slightly remote Azure Jade Peak. 7 Stars Sect had a total of 38 spirit peaks, with Azure Jade Peak ranking somewhere in the middle and being pretty remote, so no one had actually been interested in it. With that said, Yang Kai was satisfied after he moved in. This allowed Shang Guanji to breathe a sigh of relief. Everything went well for the next few months. The new ancestor was living a reclusive life on Azure Jade Peak and rarely stepped out of his home. Shang Guanji finally became slightly at ease. When he was told to keep it a secret that Yang Kai had become the ancestor of 7 Stars Sect, he was worried that the man might have some powerful enemies that would try to retaliate against him. In that case, it would be disastrous for their sect. Now, it seemed that his worries were unfounded. Moreover, after several months of observation, he realized that Yang Kai didn't have any ill intentions. He really seemed to be tired of traveling around the continent, so he decided to look for a place and settle down and rest. There was no doubt that this was good news for 7 Stars Sect. Although they were unable to reveal that there was an Emperor Realm Master with them, the elders had more confidence to deal with any issues they might face now that they had a powerful backer. Since Shang Guanji was aware that the ancestor was fond of serenity, he issued orders that no one should disturb him without permission. Meanwhile, Yang Kai still sold sweet rice dumplings in 7 Stars Town every day. His presence in the small universe was a manifestation of his soul avatar anyway, so it made no difference if there was 1 or 2 of him. A few months later, the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars Sect that took place every 3 years finally commenced. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai opened his eyes and took a glance at Xiaoya, who was seated with her legs crossed while she had pressed her palms together in a serious manner. He gently flicked her forehead and asked, "What are you doing up at this hour?" Xiaoya hurriedly placed a finger between her lips, then explained bashfully, "Auntie Lu and Grandma always say that there's an almighty Lord who knows about everything in this world. So, I want the Lord to bless Big Brother Yi Bai and make sure that he'll pass the test tomorrow. He always tells me that he wants to join 7 Stars Sect after all." Yang Kai smiled helplessly. The aptitude of a person is decided at birth. There's no way the Lord can bless him. Xiaoya pursed her lips. What kind of an all-powerful lord is that if he can't even grant such a simple wish? Yang Kai was lost for words, thinking that the lord would be exhausted if he had to be concerned about every minor matter like this. Let's sleep now. Yang Kai decided not to delve into this topic. All right, Xiaoya replied and lay on the ground. However, Yang Kai soon heard her muttering under her breath. It was apparent that she was still secretly praying. The next morning, the aptitude test of 7 Stars Sects disciple recruitment, which was the last of all tests, finally began. This was also the simplest test. There was a round platform on the square. A participant just had to stand on it, and his or her aptitude would be evaluated. The participants stepped onto it one by one as the platform radiated glows of different intensities. The elders from 7 Stars Sect would observe it from the side. They would either let a participant pass the test or eliminate them during the process. Yang Kai was waiting among the crowd alongside Zhao Yibai and Xiaoya. The kids were apparently nervous. Every time someone passed the test, they would appear envious, and when a person was knocked out, they would appear worried. Was he trying to humiliate him? Xianxia stood straight up with fury and scoffed, "Who are you?" It was expected that he was furious since the young girl was being snatched from him right in front of him. Shang Guanji was pleasantly surprised when Yang Kai appeared, but at this moment, he was suddenly worried. That was because he had no idea about what order of the Emperor realm this new ancestor was in. On the other hand, he knew that Xianxia was in the second order Emperor realm. If the new ancestor was weaker than Xianxia, this matter wouldn't be resolved peacefully. Even if the new ancestor was also in the second order Emperor realm, Xianxia represented Southern Star Palace, so there was no way 7 Stars Sect could go against them. Shang Guanji wouldn't even dare to think that the new ancestor could possibly be in the third order Emperor realm, because the number of such masters in the entire Void Continent could be counted on one hand. Sit down. Yang Kai lightly commanded without even sparing Xianxia a glance, and as Shang Guanji watched, Xianxia really sat down as he was told. Shang Guanji widened his eyes as he saw Xianxia's face go from red to white to blue. The man's forehead was beaded with sweat, and his eyes filled with a light of terror. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't act obediently in this place, so the only explanation for him doing as he was told was that he was completely overpowered by the new ancestor. The emotions in Shang Guanji's heart undulated as he had never expected that the ancestor who arrived at 7 Stars Sect several months ago was actually a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He instantly let out a sigh of relief, thinking that they would no longer need to fear anyone with such an ancestor in their sect. Rumor had it that Xianxia, who was there to watch the show, didn't dare to be impolite in front of this new ancestor and had even suffered a small setback at his hands. Xianxia was a second-order Emperor Realm Master from Southern Star Palace, and since he had suffered a setback, it went to show that the ancestor was truly formidable. That was the reason 7 Stars Sect instantly became a household name. There were 1,008 steps on the stairs that led to Azure Jade Peak. 2 young children helped each other out and exchanged words of encouragement as they plodded up the steps. Just then, a gale gusted through them as they staggered and almost fell down the cliff. They hurriedly crouched down and hugged each other, shivering like quails in winter. When they finally reached the summit of Azure Jade Peak, they were exhausted as they lay on the ground and panted heavily. Yang Kai appeared and stood in front of them the next moment, looking down as he shook his head. "You're too slow." In a lethargic manner, Xiaoya shot him a glare. Initially, she stopped loathing her honored master after she received a lot of gifts. Certainly, she knew that it was thanks to her honored master that those people were willing to give her so many valuable treasures. However, at this moment, she became resentful of him again, for she realized that her honored master was truly cold-blooded. Right then, Yang Kai extended his hand, whereupon the rings, the hairpins, and the bracelets flew away from the young girl and fell into his hands. Xiaoya was startled for a moment, then jumped up like a cat that got its tail trampled on by someone. Pouncing at Yang Kai, she clawed at him and snapped, "Those are my things. Give them back." Yang Kai explained, "It will only do you more harm than good to depend on external aids when you're cultivating. These things are no different from a burden on your shoulders. I'll keep them for you for now. You can have them back when you're able to use them." Xiaoya wrapped her hands around Yang Kai's arm and clung on with an aggrieved expression, gnashing her teeth in frustration. She felt that this man was more like an evil bandit than her master. Zhao Yibai persuaded her by saying, "Xiaoya, he's a senior expert, you should listen to him." Yang Kai shot him a glance and sneered, "Stop flattering this king. It's useless." Arg! Xiaoya directly bit the man's arm, but while Yang Kai remained unperturbed, Xiaoya felt her teeth almost falling off as her eyes were drenched in tears. "It's very late now, so you should probably get some rest. I'll teach you how to cultivate tomorrow." Yang Kai flung the young girl off and disappeared. While sitting on the ground, the young children exchanged glances and fell silent. A moment later, Xiaoya sniffled and said, "Big brother Yi Bai, I miss Auntie Lu, Grandma, and Uncle Yang." While helping to massage her legs, Zhao Yibai said, "I miss them too." He then looked up at the sky. "I suppose Uncle Yang has returned to the town to inform Mother and Grandma by now. They must be having sweet rice dumplings now." At the mention of food, their stomachs started growling. It was only then they recalled that they hadn't had anything to eat or drink since the disciple recruitment commenced this morning. "Let's look for some food." Zhao Yibai helped her put on her shoes and pulled her up. Then, they shuffled towards a cluster of palaces. 1 hour later, they lethargically pressed their backs against a column in the grand hall as their stomachs growled. There wasn't any food at all in this place, not even a drop of water. "Bad guy!" Xiaoya roared in the spacious grand hall. Right then, Yang Kai appeared out of thin air, which scared the kids out of their wits. Zhao Yibai got up with difficulty and respectfully saluted him. "Xiaoya and I haven't had any food for a long time, senior. Is there anything to eat here?" Yang Kai gave him a dismissive look and said cold-heartedly, "No." "Do you want to starve us to death?" Xiaoya glowered at the man. "In that case, why did you even take me on as your disciple?" Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "A bad guy will definitely not give you food, but your master might not want to see you starve to death." Zhao Yibai became startled for a moment, then secretly pulled Xiaoya's clothes. It was then that Xiaoya came to her senses. While hanging her head low, she balled up her fists and muttered reluctantly, "I'm hungry and thirsty, master." Yang Kai nodded, "Wait a moment." Upon finishing his words, he vanished into thin air. Following a gulp, Zhao Yibai looked around randomly and asked with difficulty, "Xiaoya, could your master be a ghost?" With her face turning pale, Xiaoya stuck close to the young boy. "Stop frightening me, big brother Yibai." The handsome young man leading the group closed his folding fan and stuck it in the back of his hair before staring calmly at Zhao Yibai and asking, "Did you pass junior sister Ya the thing I told you to 2 days ago?" Zhao Yibai scratched his head. "I did." The young man arched his brow. Did you personally give it to her? Zhao Yibai nodded. The agitated young man asked, what did she say? Zhao Yibai replied, nothing. The young man was stunned, then went on asking, did she read it? Do you want to know the truth? Zhao Yibai asked cautiously. The young man glared at him. Of course I want to know the truth. In a straightforward manner, Zhao Yibai replied, she didn't read it. Instead, she tore it apart and told me to ignore you next time. The young man's hopeful expression instantly turned dejected. His face had even turned pale as though he was badly injured. Senior brother Lu, Zhao Yibai called out, I have to get these buckets of water back to Azure Jade Peak. I'll take my leave now. The young man surnamed Lu came to his senses and said through clenched teeth, you must have bad-mouthed me in front of junior sister Ya. Otherwise, why would she tear the letter apart without even taking a look at it? When he came across Xiaoya the last time, she flashed a smile at him. If she wasn't interested in him, why would she put on such a sweet smile? Zhao Yibai quickly waved his hands. I didn't. In fact, I didn't say anything else as I just told her that this was given to her by you, senior brother Lu. She told me that she had no idea who you were though and… How dare you still lie to me? Senior brother Lu barked while waving his hand. Beat him up. As swift as lightning, Zhao Yibai crouched down and curled up his figure while protecting his head with his hands, not the face. His movements were so smooth that it was apparent he had done this many, many times before. With each passing day, Xiaoya grew more beautiful and alluring. As a result, all the male disciples in the sect who had a chance to meet her were stunned by her beauty. Unfortunately, she led a reclusive life on Azure Jade Peak, and she wouldn't come down the mountain unless it was absolutely necessary, which made it impossible for these fellow brothers to have a glance at her beauty. As such, Zhao Yibai, who had to go up and down the mountain every day, became their messenger. In fact, Zhao Yibai had passed a lot of love letters to Xiaoya over the years, but she would always tear them apart. Initially, those fellow brothers were wary of the ancestor who resided on Azure Jade Peak, so they didn't dare to touch Zhao Yibai. After all, this brat was a worker from Azure Jade Peak, so they had to be respectful of his owner. However, they soon realized that the ancestor really wouldn't care about Zhao Yibai's life or death, so they began acting more unscrupulously. As a result, Zhao Yibai had suffered a lot over the years. Fortunately, the attackers knew their boundaries as they wouldn't deal a heavy blow to him. Knowing that he was just a mortal who had never cultivated before, they only used a bit of brute force instead of their cultivation. A series of fists and feet landed on Zhao Yibai as the dust rose in the air, and he was soon covered in bruises. What's going on here? A person was heard bellowing all of a sudden. The next instant, a burly young man dashed out of the nearby forest and landed with a violent force which crashed into the male disciples around Zhao Yibai and dispersed them. Some of the weaker ones even fell to the ground. Senior brother Lu widened his eyes and exclaimed, Miao Fei Ping. The newcomer was none other than Miao Fei Ping, who also came from Seven Stars Town and joined Seven Stars sect alongside Xiaoya. Now, he was already a transcendent realm master, whose cultivation was far ahead of the others in the same age range. The elders of the sect had high hopes for him and granted him near unlimited resources. Even many senior brothers who were much older were weaker than him. Miao Fei Ping picked up Zhao Yibai and examined him before asking, Are you all right? Zhao Yibai put on a grin, I'm fine. These fellow brothers were just helping me work out a cramp. Miao Fei Ping scoffed, Since when does working out a cramp lead to being covered in bruises? How are you still in the mood to laugh? Am I supposed to cry, then? Zhao Yibai pursed his lips. Miao Fei Ping snorted, then turned to look at senior brother Lu. You're a glorious disciple of Seven Stars sect, aren't you? Do you feel proud oppressing a mortal who has never cultivated before with so many people? Senior brother Lu and the others wouldn't dare to say anything. Their cultivation was lower than that of Miao Fei Ping, and they were also less important than him, who was a favorite disciple among the elders in the sect, so they wouldn't dare to talk back. If he was offended, they would be beaten up without the chance of getting their revenge, as their masters wouldn't stand up for them. Wastes who oppress the weak but fear the strong. I won't dirty my hands by beating you all up. Although I won't deal with you all, there's someone who definitely will. Upon hearing that, senior brother Lu appeared elated instead of feeling frightened. An annoyed Miao Fei Ping waved his hand impatiently, "Scram, scram." And so the crowd dispersed in a hurry. After they were gone, Miao Fei Ping turned to look at Zhao Yi Bai and rubbed his forehead. "Where should I even begin? I told you not to become a worker on Azure Jade Peak, but you wouldn't listen to me. Is it fun to get beaten up every few days?" Zhao Yi Bai just sported a silly smile. "Take it." Miao Fei Ping tossed a porcelain bottle at him. "Apply it on your bruises. It can help heal them." Zhao Yi Bai didn't turn him down as he took the porcelain bottle and started using its content. Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh. "We were still just kids back then. In order to let little sister Ye become a disciple of the ancestor, you requested to be a worker on Azure Jade Peak. Many years have passed, and Xiaoya is now in the true element boundary. Her future will only become brighter, so how much longer can you protect her? 100 years from now, Xiaoya will remain the same while you'll have become an old man. Do you want her to face an old man every day and cry her eyes out?" Zhao Yi Bai fell silent. Miao Fei Ping patted the other man's shoulder. "Short-term pain is better than long-term suffering. Just sleep on it." Zhao Yi Bai replied in a small voice. "I returned to Seven Stars Town some time ago and met Auntie Lu and Grandma Zhou," Miao Fei Ping went on to say. Zhao Yi Bai looked up. "How are my mother and grandma?" Miao Fei Ping replied with an odd smile. "Don't worry, they're fine." Up until this moment, he still had no idea what had happened. Just now, his mind seemed to have gone blank. Following a moment of discomfort, he fell into a desolate and empty place before appearing back on Azure Jade Peak. In truth, it all just felt like a dream. What just happened? Zhao Yi Bai asked in shock. The alluring woman in his arms made him feel anxious. It wasn't until this moment that he realized just how much Xiaoya had grown as a woman. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was staring coldly at them. With his face blushing, Zhao Yi Bai patted the woman's back. "I'm fine, Xiaoya. Get up now." They were indeed in an indecent posture, and Yang Kai was watching them. After they got to their feet, Xiaoya was still sobbing as she looked fixedly at Zhao Yi Bai. She was still reeling from the shock because just now, she truly had a feeling that Zhao Yi Bai would leave her forever. "So, what happened just now?" Zhao Yi Bai asked in a small voice. In a choking voice, Xiaoya intermittently told him about the incident just now. As she spoke, she grabbed the man's arm as she seemed determined to never let him go. Zhao Yi Bai scratched his head. "I felt like I was having a dream." With reddened eyes, Xiaoya gazed at Yang Kai. "Will the same thing happen to Big Brother Yi Bai again, Master?" Yang Kai replied, "He'll be fine as long as he doesn't trigger that kind of force again." "Many thanks, Senior. I'll be careful in the future." Zhao Yi Bai nodded seriously. He had no idea what kind of force that was, but he didn't want Xiaoya to feel anxious for him again. "Do you feel there's anything wrong with your physique, Big Brother Yi Bai? You must tell Master about it. Is there really none? Check on yourself again carefully." Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and left. He seemed to have aged by several hundred years by watching the young couple fawn over each other. The pair came to a place that looked like a village where dozens of families lived by the mountains and rivers. At the entrance of the village was a huge manor, which obviously belonged to a wealthy family. Since it was dinner time, smoke could be seen billowing from every family's home. As soon as Zhao Yibai entered the village, he sniffled and became excited. It's the smell of sweet rice dumplings. Uncle Yang must be here. Zhao Yi nodded repeatedly. Following the trail of the smell, they arrived at a house. Unable to wait any longer, Zhao Yibai shouted, "Uncle Yang! Uncle Yang!" Upon hearing that, a man in his prime age stepped out of the kitchen and gazed at them in shock. "Who are you looking for?" Zhao Yibai took a step forward and saluted him. "Mister, does Yang Kai live in this place?" In response, the man shook his head. "I've never heard of this person before." Zhao Yibai was stunned. "Who made these sweet rice dumplings, then?" "Are you here to buy sweet rice dumplings?" "I made them." The man put on a sincere smile. It was then Zhao Yibai examined the man and realized that the latter's figure and age were indeed similar to those of Uncle Yang. "Since you love to eat sweet rice dumplings, I'll give some of them to you." Upon finishing his words, the man returned to the kitchen. When he reappeared, there were some sweet rice dumplings in his hands as he passed them to Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai instinctively took them, but he went on to ask, "Mister, have you really not heard of Yang Kai before?" The man shook his head. "There's no one in the village with the surname Yang. If you don't believe me, you can ask the village chief about it. His child is a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, and he's quite knowledgeable. He knows things that commoners like us don't." As he spoke, he pointed in the direction where the manor was located. Zhao Yibai turned his head to take a glance before nodding. "Thanks for the information, mister." They didn't take the food for free as they passed the man some money before leaving. Following that, they arrived at the manor that was in stark contrast to other buildings in the village. The manor was huge and could not have been owned by an average businessman. However, since a family member here was a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, it wasn't so surprising. The pair then knocked on the door and waited for a long time before it was opened. A middle-aged man in extravagant clothes stuck out his head and his eyes brightened the moment he saw Zhao Yibai and Zhao Yi. He especially couldn't move his eyes away from Zhao Yi. Even though she had covered her alluring face with a veil to not draw unwanted attention, her demeanor alone was attractive enough to do so. "Who are you looking for?" the man asked. Although he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, he had a family member who was a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple. Since he had come into contact with cultivators before, he wasn't diffident when facing the people in front of him now. "Mister, it's said that you're knowledgeable, so I'd like to ask you about the whereabouts of a person." The man replied with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to say I'm knowledgeable, but I do know a little more than most people. Who is it that you want to know about?" It was then Zhao Yibai brought up the name Yang Kai. After giving it a thought with a frown, the man shook his head. "I've never heard of this person before." Zhao Yibai said anxiously, "That's impossible." The man burst into laughter. "I've really never heard of him before. I'm familiar with the dozen villages in a radius of 100 kilometers around Green Mountain Town. I'd definitely remember if there was such a person." "How could this be?" Zhao Yibai appeared dejected. Before Yang Kai departed, the address he had left behind was in Green Mountain Town. "Are you from Spirit Sea Temple?" the man asked. Zhao Yi shook her head. "No, we're from somewhere else." "You're not from Spirit Sea Temple?" The man frowned. He initially thought that they were disciples of Spirit Sea Temple, but it turned out that he was mistaken. Zhao Yibai relentlessly said, "Mister, please give it one more thought." "Uncle Yang." "I said I don't know him. Who cares what his name is?" The man was initially friendly, but upon realizing that they were not from Spirit Sea Temple, he instantly became impatient. After saying what he wanted, he shut the door with a loud slam and almost smacked Zhao Yibai's nose. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Zhao Yi's eyes, but as she recalled that the man was just an ordinary mortal, she clenched her teeth and held it in. "Let's go, big brother Yibai. Uncle Yang isn't here." Zhao Ye gently pulled Zhao Yibai's arm. Zhao Yibai appeared dispirited as his hope had turned into disappointment. He couldn't accept the truth. On the way back to Green Mountain Town, when Zhao Ye saw that Zhao Yibai remained sullen and silent, she couldn't help but placate him by saying, since the address left behind by Uncle Yang was in Green Mountain Town, he must be here. We just have to keep looking for him. I'm sure we'll find him sooner or later. He only slowed down his attacks earlier to get Zhao Ye to lower her guard. The cold light of the sword filled Zhao Yibai's vision and a powerful divine sense bound him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Die! Zhao Ye bellowed as her silver spear suddenly radiated a dazzling glow. All her strength was infused into this spear. The power of the attack far exceeded what could be achieved by the average true element boundary cultivator and sent a chill down the spine of the attacker, making it feel as if his soul was about to leave his body. Unable to keep charging towards Zhao Yibai, the man turned around and pushed out his sword. Blood was seen spurting into the air as the person's figure was penetrated by Zhao Ye's spear. He staggered backwards while covering his waist with his hand. With widened eyes, he stared dumbfounded at Zhao Ye. He had never expected that he would be wounded by a young woman who was only in the true element boundary 9th stage. No ordinary true element boundary cultivator could use the power that she had showcased earlier, so there must be a powerful master behind her. The person gritted his teeth and glowered at Zhao Ye. Not daring to get into a prolonged fight with her, he stomped his foot on the ground and disappeared into the forest, leaving behind a trail of blood. Zhao Yibai was reeling from the shock while watching that person leave. Although they had encountered danger a few times during their adventure, this time was definitely the most critical situation of all. Just now, for a moment, he had a feeling that he was at death's door. "Are you all right, big brother Yibai?" Zhao Ye asked caringly. "I'm fine." Zhao Yibai shook his head, but then his pupils contracted as he stared at Zhao Ye's left chest. Zhao Ye put on a smile. Blood streamed out of her chest and dyed her white clothes crimson. Her petite figure staggered for a moment before falling forward. Zhao Yibai dashed forward and supported her weight. He could see that the redness expanded rapidly, which made him feel panicked, like his throat was tightening up, threatening to choke him to death. "I'm fine," Zhao Ye said in a weakened voice. Zhao Yibai was on the brink of bursting into tears. It wasn't until this moment that he found out that while Zhao Ye had harmed the enemy, she was also injured. Moreover, she was severely wounded. Upon finishing her words, Zhao Ye closed her eyes as her head slumped to the side. "Zhao Ye!" Zhao Yibai was flustered as his entire figure shook uncontrollably. Fortunately, he could sense that she was still alive and had just passed out because of her injury. He then hurriedly fished out a healing pill from his space ring and stuffed it into her mouth. At the same time, he infused his yuan qi into her body in order to help her refine the medicinal efficacies and stop her bleeding. Zhao Yibai knew he shouldn't stay here any longer. The servant outside the room replied, "Master, madam, the young master is back, and he's brought back some of his fellow brothers." Upon hearing that, Su Liangkai became elated as he quickly rose from the chair. Before he even stepped out of the room, he heard someone calling out in an energetic voice, "Father, mother, I'm back." Following that, a well-built young man stepped into the place. An agitated Su Liangkai clenched the young man's arms. "It's really you, Hao." Su Hao called out with joy, "Father." "That's great. I'm glad that you're back." Su Liangkai examined him. "It's been 3 years since we last met, and you've become stronger. How's life in Spirit Sea Temple?" Su Hao replied with a smile, "Don't worry, father. My master and senior brothers treat me very well. Su Liangkai felt relieved and gratified hearing that. After Zhen Shuimei was done with wiping her tears off, she came out and smiled amicably. You're back, Hao. Mother! Su Hao called out excitedly. The mother and son then shared some joyous small talk. Worried that his son might notice that something was off about Zhen Shuimei, Su Liangkai interrupted them by saying, I heard from the servants that your fellow brothers have come here as well. Su Hao nodded, yes. They're outside right now, so I've ordered the chefs to prepare a banquet. They must have helped you out a lot. As your father, I have to personally thank them. You should come and introduce them to me. Good. Su Hao nodded before turning to Zhen Shuimei. You should get some rest, mother. I'll visit you again tomorrow. Go on, Zhen Shuimei looked smilingly at him. A moment later, Su Hao introduced his senior brothers to Su Liangkai. After the introductions were over, they were all seated. Su Liangkai could see that there was a bulging package in front of the senior brother who was clearly the leader of this group, and he couldn't help wondering what was inside. When Su Hao introduced his senior brothers, he had placed some emphasis on this person. That was the reason Su Liangkai found out that this senior brother, named Hu Sun, was the most powerful among them, and they all regarded him as their leader. In fact, Su Liangkai was aware of who Hu Sun was even before today, but it was the first time he had met him. That was because Su Hao had repeatedly mentioned this senior brother in the letters that he sent home. He said that this senior brother took good care of him in Spirit Sea Temple, and they were disciples of the same master. Hence, they were truly senior and junior brothers. That was the reason Su Liangkai was especially fond of Hu Sun. Although he was just an ordinary mortal, he was as hospitable to Hu Sun as possible because of his son. Noble nephew Hu, if I may ask, what is that? Su Liangkai inquired curiously while looking at the package. In an instant, the expressions of the people by the table became awkward. Hu Sun looked smilingly at Su Hao, who replied in his place, Father, don't be afraid, but the truth is it's a head. Su Liangkai was stunned. A head? Whose head is it? It's the head of a criminal. Hu Sun explained, the reason we came down the mountain this time was to hunt down this person. He had committed atrocious crimes in a lot of places, so the sect master ordered us to execute him. Upon receiving the order, we left the mountain together. We had exchanged some moves with him before, but this person was indeed powerful. Although we had badly injured him, he had managed to flee. We went on to hunt him down for a few days but to no avail. Not long ago, junior brother Su said that his home was around here, so he proposed we get some rest here before continuing with the hunt. It never crossed our minds that we would come across our target's corpse in the wild on our way here. Our task was completed just like that. Junior brother Su is truly our lucky star. Su Hao burst into laughter. I didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence. They still couldn't believe it when they came across this guy. The target they had spent days tracking suddenly appeared in front of them, and he was already dead. I see, Su Liangkai was still reeling from shock, but he wasn't willing to lose his cool in front of his son's senior brothers and embarrass him, so he sported a calm expression. Hu Sun said, It's a shame that we have no idea who killed this guy. If we knew, we could have thanked them. Su Liangkai said, Noble nephew Hu, perhaps the injuries you had inflicted on him were so severe that he was unable to recover and that was why he passed away. Hu Sun shook his head. That's not the case. I examined his wounds and realized that he was killed with a spear. We didn't inflict such an injury on him when we exchanged moves with him some time ago. The person who had made a move might not be very powerful, but they had good timing. However, I believe that the person who finished him off was also badly injured after killing this thug. Su Liangkai became startled upon hearing that and muttered, Could it be them? Su Hao asked curiously, Who are you talking about, father? After giving it a thought, Su Liangkai briefly told them that Zhen Shuimei had brought back 2 people from the mountain. He had heard everything from the bodyguards. When Zhao Yibai had a chat with Zhen Shuimei, he talked about a fight previously, which was the reason Su Liangkai associated them with the killing of this criminal. There was a meek expression on Su Hao's face as he changed the topic by saying, "Xiaoya has recovered pretty quickly. Despite her injury, she could start walking after a few days." Hu Sun said coldly, "I can't stay here for a long time as we need to head back to the master sect as soon as possible. No one will be able to take responsibility if honored master blames us." "What should we do then?" While secretly taking pleasure in the other man's misfortune, Su Hao never revealed any emotions on his face. Although he didn't have a chance to get Xiaoya, he wouldn't want to see Hu Sun getting together with her either. Returning to the sect without achieving anything would be the best outcome for him. There was a dark expression on Hu Sun's face as a sense of coldness flashed through his eyes. "In that case, I'll have to go hard on her. A woman will become obedient after she's bedded." Su Hao was stunned. "Senior brother." Hu Sun said grimly, "You have to help me, junior brother." Upon hearing that, Su Hao became anxious. The next day, Xianxia was talking to Xiaoya in the room, and as usual, she was the one who did all the talking while Xiaoya listened in silence. Certainly, Xianxia could see that Xiaoya wasn't paying attention to her, but she didn't mind it. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai would join the conversation from time to time. Whenever that happened, Xiaoya would be all ears as she smiled with her mouth covered. Just then, footsteps were heard rapidly approaching them. They turned their heads and saw Su Hao rushing over. "How are—" Xianxia rose from the chair. "What are you doing here?" Su Hao replied with a smile, "Father wants to see you, mother." "Your father is looking for me?" Xianxia was surprised. Su Hao nodded, "Yes. I don't know what the matter is, but he seems anxious." Xianxia furrowed her brows, but she soon set herself at ease. She then said to Xiaoya and Zhao Yibai, "Get some rest now. I'll have a look." Zhao Yibai got up and said, "See you later, Auntie Mei." After she was gone, Zhao Yibai cupped his fist at Su Hao. "We're sorry for troubling you these past few days, senior brother Su. Xiaoya has mostly recovered, so we'll be leaving soon." "You're leaving so soon?" Su Hao was shocked as he took a glance at the dispassionate Xiaoya. He wasn't willing to part ways with her. Zhao Yibai nodded. "The reason we've come all the way here is to look for someone. Unfortunately, we haven't had any clues yet, so we'll have to keep searching." Su Hao subconsciously nodded. "This who can lend you a hand if you're trying to look for a specific person. After all, this area is the territory of Spirit Sea Temple. If the two of you don't mind, you can come to Spirit Sea Temple with me. I'll definitely find the person you're looking for." Hu Sun's voice was heard coming from outside. The next moment he stepped into the room. Xiaoya slightly narrowed her eyes as she turned her face away. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai frowned. This was Su Hao's home, so he could be forgiven for coming into the room without invitation. However, Hu Sun had crossed the line by doing so. With that said, Zhao Yibai wasn't someone who liked to make things difficult for others, so he still politely cupped his fist. "Senior brother Hu Sun didn't even spare him a glance as he stared fervently at Xiaoya as though he wanted to eat her alive. "Are you willing to come back to Spirit Sea Temple with me, Sister Xiaoya?" Xiaoya didn't even lift her gaze as she said coldly, "Scram." Hu Sun's expression changed, then he took a deep breath and put on a grin. "Sister Xiaoya, you're a beautiful and intelligent woman, so I don't believe you haven't realized my feelings for you. Although I've met countless women in the past, you're the only one who could make me fall in love." The Su family members sported different expressions, and it wasn't until this moment that Zhao Yibai realized why Xianxia Mei had been so concerned about Xiaoya, as she would keep her company for a few hours every day. He now knew that she had recognized her daughter when she was dressing the wound for Xiaoya. That must be the reason, she exclaimed in the log house at that time. Xiaoya has found her biological parents. Zhao Yibai couldn't help but put on a grin. He supposed it was good news. How? Stop your senior brother now. She's your big sister. It's not too late yet. Xianxia Mei looked pleadingly at her son. Su Hao nodded and shuffled towards the court. Just then, a blast of wind spread around from the court as Su Hao staggered backwards upon impact, widening his eyes and exclaimed, "Immortal Ascension Boundary." The clouds in the sky suddenly darkened as deafening thunder was heard. World Energy Baptism. This was a precursor to someone breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary. Of the two people in the court, Hu Sun was in the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage, so he wasn't the cause of this phenomenon. The only possibility was that Zhao Ye was breaking through. I had been extremely nervous while chasing after them. After all, many things could happen in half a month. He was worried that he would find Zhao Ye in a state he would never have the heart to see. Zhao Ye snorted, "That bastard behind me is just toying with me. He seems to enjoy watching me run, so he never made any fatal moves." If Jia Hong had heard what Zhao Ye just said, he would have beat his chest and roared in indignation. Although he had only made a few moves, he was determined to end Zhao Ye's life with each one, but for some unknown reason, all his attempts turned out to be futile, and Zhao Ye was still alive and well. "I guess there's something wrong with him," Zhao Yibai said grimly. "This place is not far away from 7 Stars Sect. It will only take us a few days to return. With Senior around, that person won't dare to harm you." Zhao Ye nodded. In fact, she had been heading in the direction of 7 Stars Sect this whole time. She knew that it was impossible for her to go against an Emperor Realm Master, so she could only go back and seek her master's help. "I'll bring you out of this place." Zhao Yibai took her hand and activated his new ability, causing the world to contort. The next instant, they disappeared from the spot. Jia Hong wore a dark expression from a distance as he saw this. He had faintly realized something during this pursuit, but things had come to a point where he was unable to back down. His disciple was killed, so there was no way he could pretend that nothing had happened. He could only keep following this young couple and see what was waiting for him. He no longer believed that he could kill Zhao Ye to avenge Hu Sun's death, but this matter had to be resolved regardless. "How can that be?" Zhao Yibai burst into laughter. "Senior is a powerful cultivator while Uncle Yang is just an ordinary person. Moreover, they look totally different, so how can you mix them up?" Zhao Ye explained, "Haven't you always wondered why Master and Uncle Yang look so similar from behind? Moreover, you've just said that Master is very powerful, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to hide his cultivation and change his appearance in front of us. Moreover, Uncle Yang and Master share the same surname. This proves that they're the same person. It's just that we were not aware of it." Zhao Yibai widened his mouth as he still couldn't believe what he had just heard. "Am I right, Master?" Zhao Ye asked directly. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You've always been intelligent, Xiao Ye. You're right." Zhao Yibai was dumbfounded as he couldn't grasp why the powerful senior became Uncle Yang all of a sudden. While he was puzzled, he saw Yang Kai extending his hand to the side, after which a figure abruptly appeared. The figure looked just like the ancestor they had been living with on Azure Jade Peak for the past dozen years. As the two figures stood alongside one another, their frames were the same except for their appearances and temperaments. Zhao Yibai tooted in amazement. A clone! Xiaoya arched her brow. Yang Kai waved his hand with a smile as the ancestor of Azure Jade Peak disappeared. He then said, strictly speaking, the one you're seeing now is also a kind of clone. Rather, this is my soul avatar. Soul avatar? Xiaoya gasped as her chest heaved. She was now an immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had opened up her own knowledge sea, so she was aware of how to use her divine sense and what kind of capabilities it should have. That was also the reason she understood the wonders of a soul avatar. Yang Kai's soul avatar, however, had manifested into physical form, and even the Temple Master of Spirit Sea Temple, who was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, didn't dare to make a scene in front of him and left the place without avenging his disciple's death. How horrifyingly powerful must his true body be then? Zhao Yibai's jaw hung so low that an egg could be stuffed into it. Although he had no idea what Yang Kai and Xiaoya were talking about, he couldn't help thinking they were truly incredible. Admiration was written all over his face as his eyes were as bright as stars. After a gulp, Xiaoya asked, "How powerful are you really, Master?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Your Master's cultivation is higher than the heavens." His words rang a bell as Xiaoya recalled that he had said the same thing when she agreed to become his disciple in the past. At that time, she swore that she would become more powerful than her master one day and let him have a taste of becoming a worker. 13 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoya couldn't help but blush. She was young and naive back then, but she wouldn't dare to have such disrespectful thoughts now. All of a sudden, a realization dawned upon her. When I was abandoned in the past, you were the one who picked me up from the mountain and sent me to Auntie Lu's door. Oh, how did you even figure that out? Yang Kai was genuinely surprised. Xiaoya replied, when I found out that I was abandoned not long after I was born, I couldn't understand how I ended up in Seven Stars Town that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. I was just an infant at that time, and no beast could or would ever do that. Only a powerful cultivator could achieve such a thing. I was just venturing a guess, but your reply proved that my speculation was right. Yang Kai put on a smile and said with some mirth in his words, a person that is too clever might become exhausted in life. Zhao Yibai scratched his head, it's better than being as foolish as me. Xiaoya pouted, you're not foolish. If you were really stupid, Master wouldn't have spent the last dozen years secretly training you. Huh? Zhao Yibai was perplexed. Xiaoya said, Master is Uncle Yang. Have you forgotten how he treated you over the past dozen years? After giving it a thought, Zhao Yibai put on a grin. Uncle Yang must have his reasons for treating me like that. Although the two of them had spent the last over 10 years on Azure Jade Peak, they were treated very differently. While Xiaoya was treasured like a flower and carefully nurtured, Zhao Yibai was ignored like weeds. He had to do all sorts of manual work and would often be punished in Xiaoya's stead. An annoyed Xiaoya said, I suppose you're dumb after all. Uncle Yang doted on you when you were a child. Why do you think he'd suppress you and punish you over the years? A puzzled Zhao Yibai asked, why? Xiaoya turned to look at Yang Kai, you'll have to ask Master about it. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Xiao Bai's aptitude is indeed ordinary, but that's not the reason I suppressed him. Even if there are 10 Xiao Bais, they're not comparable to you, Xiaoya. Zhao Yibai flashed a smile at Xiaoya to show that he was truly dumb. On the other hand, Xiaoya had sensitively caught the key part from Yang Kai's words. Big brother Yibai might not be comparable to me when it comes to his aptitude, but he must have something that makes him special. Let me take a guess. I've always heard that when a powerful master realizes his time is running out, he will look for a legacy disciple before his predestined time of death. Therefore, some unknown young people suddenly receive the inheritances of powerful cultivators and become rising stars. In that case, you're probably dying soon, honored master, and Big Brother Yi Bai has the chance to receive your inheritance. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he heard that. On the other hand, Zhao Yi Bai was flabbergasted as he asked with anxiety, "Uncle Yang, are you dying?" Yang Kai felt like he was on the verge of coughing up blood, and in a grim voice he snarled, "My vitality is still vibrant. If you two don't work hard, I'll live long enough to attend your funerals." While reeling from the shock, Zhao Yi Bai let out a sigh of relief. With a frown, Xiaoya muttered, "When we were running away, Big Brother Yi Bai used a strange power that could ignore the obstacles of space. It allowed him to move faster than an Emperor Realm Master, even though he's just in the Qi Transformation Realm. Does your inheritance have something to do with this strange ability, honored master?" Yang Kai let out a sigh. He initially didn't want to explain these things to them so soon, but Xiaoya was too clever, which was why he was caught off guard. He then raised his hand and manipulated the local space principles. Two people then turned into rays of light and charged forward. They already had such an experience when they were fleeing previously, so they were not flustered now when dealing with this situation. Cheng Yang followed closely behind them as countless divine abilities gathered together and crashed down upon them like an avalanche. Even Bright Sun Divine Monarch sported a solemn expression when facing such a mighty torrent. Once he was swept into this stream of divine abilities, he would probably lose his life despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. While the three of them were fleeing, they cast their secret techniques at their back to resolve the stream of divine abilities behind them, but their attempts were futile. Cheng Yang roared repeatedly as his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm power exploded. Every time he made a move, the entire universe seemed to tremble. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang, who were in front of him, were terrified. If such attacks had landed on them, they wouldn't have been able to resist them. Fortunately, they had brought Cheng Yang with them. Without him bringing up the rear for them, they wouldn't be able to leave this damned place. Initially, the divine abilities that had been triggered were extremely powerful, with some of them being equivalent to the attacks from 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, as they moved forward, the powers of the divine abilities gradually weakened. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had already realized this when they barged into the shattered space previously, therefore as long as they could persevere, things would only get safer. Half a day later, the two people at the front were covered in blood and had consumed a lot of energy. Although most of the divine abilities were far behind them and Cheng Yang would deal with them, some of the attacks managed to reach them and they had no choice but to make a move. As a result, both of them were injured. There was an extremely deep cut on Xia Lin Lang's shoulder as she almost lost her arm. Fortunately, she wasn't at risk of losing her life. Yang Kai didn't have time to check on Cheng Yang, but he was sure that the other party wasn't in a better state. After all, Cheng Yang had to bear most of the pressure. Bright Sun Divine Monarch lived up to his status as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, though. Despite the pressure he faced, he still followed closely behind them. He even had time to split a bit of his divine sense to lock onto Yang Kai. Half a day later, the divine abilities that had been triggered were only equivalent to attacks from 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It seemed they were already at the periphery. At a certain moment, Yang Kai secretly whispered, "It's time, Senior Sister Xia." Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang stuck close to Yang Kai without hesitation. Yang Kai wrapped his arm around her waist and surged his space principles.